It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, shifting gears. The United Auto Workers preparing to strike at midnight tonight against Detroit's big three automakers.
To win, we're likely going to have to take action.
This morning, how it could impact you if you're in the market for a car or even a repair. Then, rescued. That American caver trapped thousands of feet underground in Turkey for nearly 2 weeks joins us live to talk about his harrowing ordeal, how he's feeling now, and what's next. Plus, 90s nostalgia. NSYNC is back, dropping some new music overnight after that surprise appearance at the VMAs. And speaking of MTV, Carson's marking a milestone in pop start, celebrating 25 years of TRL. And Carrie away. Carrie Underwood is taking over our plaza for a live concert. The country superstar playing some new music and some classic hits. You do not want to miss it. Today, Thursday, September 14th, 2023.
Travel from Naples, Florida. Ambrose, Maryland. Crawfordsville, Indiana. And from Carrie's neck of the woods, Oklahoma. Here for our first Carrie concert. They decided to have one of their own. 3 generations girls trip. Super fans of Carrie Underwood for almost 2 decades. We love you, Carrie.
There it is, back now 8:13 with Monday's joyous end to a drama that was watched all around the world. American Mark Dickey carried to safety after he spent more than a week trapped deep inside a cave in Turkey.
Well, moments after that rescue, he called it a crazy adventure. So after a few days to decompress, how is he feeling? Well, Mark is with us now live from Turkey along with his partner and rescuer, Jessica. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
It's great to see your smiling faces. And Mark, you're looking so well. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good compared to where I started off on this rescue.
Well, why don't you take us down there into the cave, because you were caving, you were doing your thing, and suddenly you got sick, very sick, too sick to get out of that cave. Tell us what you were thinking and in that moment.
Thinking's an interesting one. I'm an emergency medical technician, cave rescuer myself, teach cave rescue. So my thoughts when I got sick was communicate information. So I got the rest of the way to Jessica. I was hanging on a rope 80 meters in the air. When I got to Jessica, the communication was just like, here's symptoms. This is what I'm feeling. This is what happens. Because if I fall unconscious completely, at least she has something to go by. And that any piece of information that she could have, because she's the paramedic as well, she'd have a greater ability to render care. So the thoughts, you kind of switch into rescue mode.
Well, Jessica, not only is Mark your partner and your partner's an adventure, obviously you were down there in that cave with him, you're also a paramedic. So when you realized how sick he was, what went through your mind?
Just started planning and gathering information about his symptoms. We made a pre-plan of who to contact, what information we needed from the surface for his treatment, and I knew we had to get him medication. So we just got the ball rolling, and I started climbing out the 1,000 meters to the surface.
Now, leaving his side could not have been easy. I mean, the man you love is down there. He's not feeling good, but you know it's the right thing. Did you have any hesitation? Should I stay? Should someone else go?
No, not for a minute. It's not that I didn't trust someone else to go. I just knew that I was definitely fit for that job to get out of there and then get back as soon as possible and coordinate a rescue while up on the surface if necessary, and make sure the medications were correct that were coming down, and just everything. I wanted to be involved and make sure things went well.
Mark, there were some dark days while you're waiting for the rescue, you're feeling terrible, you don't know what's wrong with you. Did you have moments where you thought, I might not make it out of this one?
That I did. I hit that point. At first it was, I have no idea what's going on, but it's probably not life-threatening, into this is life-threatening, I need help. And then in between the time period of this is life-threatening, I need help, and when Jessica got back, there's lots of different medical terminology, but circling the drain is one of them. And I was down pretty damn deep in that drain. So yeah, there was that time period that, again, like it's less emotion as it is just pure logic. And I'm sitting there, it's like, I'm probably not going to get out, but let's maximize chances of survival. But yeah, I was down to single word communication, huddled in a fetal position, barely moving.
Wow.
Yeah, it was real tight.
Well, the cavalry came. I can only imagine how that must have felt. It was an arduous journey to get out of there, but there was that beautiful moment when you came out into the daylight. You were there. Describe what that was like to know that you were on safe ground again.
I always appreciate those questions. It was a nice feeling, but I also had no doubts. Cave rescuers are a family. I'm the person that got rescued. They did all of the work to get me out, and I trust them. I know them. I've been part of that family for a long time. What did I feel? I felt confidence, honestly. Getting to the surface was almost a foregone conclusion once they got there. I did almost die 3 times in that cave, don't get me wrong. There was some medical issues, but I knew they would get me out. I knew getting to the surface wasn't going to be a question.
Well, you cavers are special people in your close-knit community, and boy, were you they there for you, and we're so grateful for that. Jessica, you got a good one there. Mark?
Thank you.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
I can't believe it.
We are back. We got a whole morning of wonderful music ahead, courtesy of this legend right here, Carrie Underwood.
But before Carrie does that, let's take a look at her rise to the top. When it comes to superstars, few shine brighter than Carrie Underwood. The All-American girl from Oklahoma first won the hearts of the country back in 2005, and she's been soaring ever since. There must be something in the way. Along the way, she has earned more than 100 major awards, including 8 Grammys, sold more than 85 million records, and scored 28 #1 singles, including Before He Cheats. Maybe next time I'll think before he cheats. Cowboy Casanova. And Jesus Take the Wheel. Jesus take the wheel, take it from my hand. At her giant concert tour this year, Carrie gave Today a behind-the-scenes peek. Now, she's gearing up to release an extended deluxe edition of her latest album, Denim and Rhinestones. But first, Carrie Underwood is returning to Rockefeller Plaza to rock our city concert stage. All right, guys, the moment has arrived. Let's hear it for Carrie Underwood. is She Sound, and we got a lot more music from Carrie Underwood just ahead. But first, this is Today on NBC. Welcome back. We're on our plaza with Grammy-winning country music sensation Carrie Underwood.
Oh, we are super fans around here. We want to catch up with Carrie. So you've got a new deluxe edition of Denim and Rhinestones. That's so
more denim, more rhinestones.
I know more. Exactly. More.
Yes.
We can never have enough denim
No.
and rhinestones. Tell me about the new album.
Well, basically, I kind of just didn't want this. I didn't want it to end.
Yeah.
So we decided to add some tracks that kind of fit in the family of Denim and Rhinestones. And like I said, it's just more denim, more rhinestones, more fringe, more sparkles, more all of it.
I remember you way back in the day when you won that incredible contest. I remember going to Chakota, Oklahoma, and interviewing your family, and I'm just watching you kind of marveling. Like, I wonder if all of this just feels like normal life, or do you still have those moments where you still feel like that little girl back in Oklahoma?
I mean, I feel like the normal person when I'm at home.
Yeah.
And then this is extraordinary. So I live a double life, and I'm good with that.
Well, you know, so does Hoda. I don't know if you happen to hear about our Halloween. Today's show goes really all out on Halloween. Did you ever see Hoda's performance?
No, you can't
have to
unsee
roll
it. I wouldn't look at it.
There she is.
have it.
That's her Carrie.
Carrie, I tried to get your outfit and all.
Threatening my job.
By the way, do you love singing that song?
I do. It's so much fun, and it's great when people are like, "Oh my gosh, like you sing football song." I'm like, "Yeah."
Do you ever do it live?
People have asked me if I would. That's what I was about to say. I'm like, no, we haven't worked it in the set, but maybe we should.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Carrie, before you sing your next song, there's a group here I know that's near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
You're wrapping up your tour, and $1 from every ticket raised on that tour is going to the group. So tell us about the group.
Yes, Tunnel to Towers. I feel like everybody's seen the commercials. You know what they do. They help those that help us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, we decided to partner up with them for the Denim and Rhinestones tour, and the fans raised over $420,000. Just being there, making the world a better place, hanging out, partying, listening to music, having a good time.
Well done.
What are you going to
How
say?
about a shout out
for
to your
them,
band,
and
too.
God bless them.
These fine
for the work
humans
that they
behind
do.
us.
Yeah.
We're all hanging out in the green room asleep this morning. Good to see you guys. Thank you for getting up today.
Band
All right,
sounded
what do you
good.
got for us now, Carrie? What do you play?
We are going to play a song that is on the deluxe edition of
Okay.
Denim and Rhinestones, but it's a live version. So we're going to do She Don't Know.
Okay.
Let's go.
Take it away, Carrie.
joke's on her in that bed she's lying in. What she don't know, she can have it. Now I know what's been going on behind closed doors in room 310. From the laundry I've been folding, and I can still smell that strong cologne he puts on to hide that Virginia slim she's been smoking. But there's a cruel world awaiting outside of them motel sheets, 'cause he'll find himself another Jezebel and she'll end up just like me. She don't know as I know what she's been up to. I bet she thinks she got me played for a fool, but the joke's on her in that bed she's lying in. What she don't know, is shaking of it. Shaking of it. If she can have this ring I'm sleeping on, in this house I'm tired of cleaning, she can have it all and have the ball with this worthless piece I'm leaving. But she don't know as I know what she's been up to. I bet she thinks she got me played for a fool, but the joke's on her in that bed that she's lying in. What she don't know, she don't know. Shaking of it. Shaking of
She Don't Know off the deluxe album Denim and Rhinestones. More denim, more rhinestones, more Carrie right after this. But first, this is Today on NBC.
played for a fool, but the joke's on her.
Welcome back to Today. Welcome back to our city concert stage. You ready for one more?
Paradise City, I love when you sing that. Guns N' Roses. All right, guys, up next, one of Carrie's many, many hit songs. Are you ready? Here's Before He Cheats. Carrie, take it away.
Better sing it with me.
Slow dancing with a bleach blonde tramp, and she's probably getting risky.
he can't shoot whiskey. Right now, he's probably up behind her with a blue stick showing her how to shoot a combo. And he don't know.
Carrie Underwood, ladies and gentlemen.
It's so good.
I'm nervous.
I saw you
You
singing.
should be all
It still makes me nervous.
I know, men are all feel a little uncomfortable right now before he cheats and all
I
the
drive
women
a
say,
truck.
amen. How good was that?
Carrie.
So fun.
Is that one of the most fun songs you have to sing?
It is, because I feel like by this point, everybody knows some of it. So everybody was singing. It was
You
great.
only had to
Every
sing
word.
one verse, man. Everybody else had it. Here's a sweet girl. What's your name, honey bunch?
What's your name? Harper.
Harper. Can I see your song, Harper? Your sign? Her sign says, what does it say?
It says, I love Carrie, bring me on stage for a hug.
All right.
She's
You
going to
wanna
get
come?
shy.
Here we go.
There you go.
This is my mini-me.
Hi, sweetie.
Harper, say hello to everybody.
Oh. Harper, where are you from, honey?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Oh, how old are you?
4 years old.
Oh. And do you love Carrie Underwood so much? What's your favorite song?
This is my first time.
This is your first time, Carrie? Wow. Well, we love you. We're happy that you're here, Carrie. We love you. Thank you for
Thank
rocking our
you.
plaza.
That was
Come back.
awesome.
You have an
Thank you,
open
Harper.
ticket. All right, we got new
Louisville
music, more
Slugers
fun.
baseball.
Straight ahead on our third and fourth hours. We got a few surprises. But first, your local news.
I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you. So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
This morning on the third hour of Today, quiet on the set.
You see what you've been missing?
A new look at the impact of the Hollywood strike. Our favorite series and movies are dark as some talk shows return to the air. Is there an end in sight? We'll break it all down. Then later, honey, we're home. We're busy bees in our latest buddy-up adventure.
The bees are your friends.
See what happened when the four of us visited a different kind of farm to learn the sweet art of honey harvesting. And there's a buzz in our plaza. Country superstar Carrie Underwood is here, and she's performing one of her classics just for us. Today, Thursday, September 14th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It's the third hour of Today. I'm Dylan here with Craig, Chanel, and, Hollywood or country music royalty. We've got superstar, the one and only Carrie Underwood, been rocking our plaza all morning long.
It's been so much fun. This crowd's amazing.
So good. So good. Yeah, so, I mean, it's wild to think that, you started this tour a year ago. You're wrapping it up now. You're going back to your Vegas residency next week. I mean, how do you juggle all these memories you've just built up?
I mean,
it
is juggling. I mean, you guys know you have your family, you've got your kids, you've got your job. My job is extraordinary. It takes me to many places, and you just juggle.
I love
That's what you do.
Can I profess my love for Carrie Underwood publicly for you guys? So I want to show you guys. You guys probably can't see this because I don't know if we have any monitors outside, but people at home can see it. I have a picture of her when I was a reporter in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Wow.
Look at this picture. And Carrie walked in, and we were babies. And I admire her so much because we both turned out okay, but I mean, you are.
The jury's still out for me, I think.
A star. This whole ride, has it just been surreal for you?
Absolutely. I mean, I had no idea what
was in store.
Yeah, when I tried out for American Idol, and I mean, so much has happened since then. It's been absolutely wonderful. The country music community's been great. The fans have been great. I'm still just having fun, waiting for them to figure me out.
Oh.
In addition to being a mom of two, Vegas residency, 8-time Grammy winner, you just picked up a new milestone. You're the first female country star ever, I don't even know if you know this, to have a channel on Sirius XM.
Oh, yeah. I was like, where's this going? What did I do?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's called Carrie's Country, Channel 60 on Sirius XM. We have so much fun curating the music. A lot of current country I grew up with, some rock music, some classic rock, some new rock, everything in between. It's very eclectic, but it's a lot of fun.
What do you listen to?
I listen to a lot of rock music.
Yeah.
That's kind of my go-to because it's like I don't know enough about that world, So I've found that everybody in the music industry generally listens to something outside of what
I love that.
Because they need to just be a fan.
Yeah. Right. I love that. Take a break too. And you guys are amazing too, by the way. Can we give it for our guys?
Yes, they are.
Well, Carrie, thank you so much. We're going to see you again in a little bit. You're performing for us, of course, one of your fan favorites. Thank you. I love it. All right. Well, turning now to, we got to do some real news. We got to do that for just a second. The strike that shut down Hollywood, but now it's stretching into what would normally be a busy fall season. So we have NBC Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malashi's breaking down the far-reaching impact. Good morning to you, Chloe.
Good morning. Well, experts say that the strike is costing Hollywood an estimated $3 billion, and we're seeing movie releases being pushed back. Now fall shows are delayed. Now this is coming as some daytime talk shows are resuming production, raising a lot of questions and controversy. A big question in Hollywood, when will high-profile talk shows come back? Getting some answers this morning amid the ongoing writer and actor strikes.
The first late night show now returning. Bill Maher announcing overnight that, quote, real time is coming back. Unfortunately, sans writers are writing. Maher adding, the writers have important issues that I sympathize with and hope they are addressed to their satisfaction. But they are not the only people with issues, problems, and concerns.
We're still writing things on cards.
And many daytime talk shows are back in production. From The View, which never stopped production, to Drew Barrymore, Jennifer Hudson, and reportedly The Talk. All employ unionized writers, but during the strike, The View and Barrymore show have pledged not to use WGA members, leading to backlash from the Writers Guild. The actors' union SAG-AFTRA says Barrymore is free to host her show. The actress herself posting, I own this choice, and that she's in compliance with strike rules. With no sign of resolution to the strikes, you, the viewer, will also pay a price this fall. With many of your favorite TV shows and movies missing in action, dozens of productions have been shuttered, like highly anticipated movie sequels to Mission Impossible, Deadpool, and Gladiator. Their release is pushed to next year at the earliest. On the TV side, new seasons of popular shows like Stranger Things, Emily in Paris, Abbott Elementary, and Yellowstone now delayed for months.
You see what you've been missing?
Production on the Game of Thrones prequel has been shut down. It was back in May that WGA writers walked off the job, followed by SAG-AFTRA actors in July. After talks collapsed with the AMPTP, the group representing major studios, including NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast. The battle here over wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence. SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher pledging to stay the course.
Do not give up, because this is the moment that is going to change the future.
With so many unscripted shows postponed, insiders say expect lots of reruns and reality TV to take their place.
Is it snake oil?
That's what happened in the last writers' strike 16 years ago, when hit reality franchises like NBC's 2-Hour Biggest Loser and CBS's Amazing Race were born, dominating the ratings and revolutionizing what we watch forever.
Well, the WGA has now addressed Bill Maher's decision to bring his show back. Posting on X, they call it, quote, disappointing. They also noted that Maher is a member of the Writers Guild and therefore is obligated to follow strike rules, which include not doing any writing, and they say that they will be picketing his show. Now, as for other talk shows using WGA members during the strike, CBS has declined to comment about The Talk, and CW did not respond to our requests for comment either. As you see, this is a pressure cooker, okay? It's been going on now for months. People can't pay their bills. Hosts are getting pressure to bring their shows back and possibly sort of push those negotiations forward, which we were talking about earlier on the show, that negotiations are literally not happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point that you made earlier, even if the talks wrapped up in the next few days,
or even like this afternoon, let's say,
we're still going to see a significant delay on the shows and movies that we watch.
These films and these shows, these are not things that you can just bring back overnight. They take months of planning. And like I said, the ramifications of this, we are going to see it, I bet you, even next fall. This is going to be so hard for Hollywood to bounce back. And not to mention, like I said in my piece, this is costing billions of dollars to the California economy alone. And when the jobs report recently just came out, we saw so many jobs obviously lost because of this. And again, not just directly the writers
it's
and
a
the
trickle-down
actors.
effect. Boutiques
Everyone.
and shops and all of it.
Yes.
Chloe, thank you so much.
Thank you. And as Mr. Roker mentioned earlier, it's not just actors and writers we're talking about. We're talking about all of the folks who are attached to the industry. And speaking of the aforementioned, there he is. Al's in Washington, D.C. for a very good cause this morning. The Congressional Families Cancer Prevention Luncheon. And Al is being honored with the Distinguished Service in Journalism Award for all of the work that he's done over the last few decades, educating people about cancer research and prevention as well. He's a cancer survivor, of course, himself. Congratulations, buddy. Well deserved.
I'm very honored by this. And look, my friend, just as you, Craig, being touched by cancer with your brother, and you've done so much for colorectal cancer. So we're just honored to be able, and we'll be talking about prostate cancer as well. But the great news is things can be cured if we get a lot of awareness to things and people get that early intervention. Yes. So we want to talk about that. And I'm going to hang around for a little bit because I'm really excited about this one. We're going to share the sweetest buddy up we've ever done.
That's true.
I mean, you talk. It was sweet being with you guys and being with all these buzzworthy folks that we dealt with, because we headed to a rooftop bee farm and apiary to learn about the sweet science of harvesting honey. And yes, Queen, we met the Queen, the Queen of the Hive. Third hour of today. We'll be right back. We look good in those outfits.
All right, Al is here with us from Washington, D.C. this morning because, man, we sure do have a sweet buddy up.
That's right. I know you guys know the answer to this. What can soothe your sore throat, boost energy, and make tea taste oh so good?
Ooh, I wonder.
Oh, well, it's honey. And honey, it wouldn't be possible without those hardworking bees and their keepers. We learned what the buzz is all about when the four of us got to visit a rooftop bee farm. This is it, the bee's knees. We've got Nick Heffley of Astor Apiaries here, and he's going to take us upstairs to show us some of his hives. The excitement was buzzing as we made our way to Nick's rooftop hives and suited up.
Very graceful.
Dylan, I am your father.
First, the master beekeeper sharing some fast facts to get us up to speed.
In this one hive, there are about 30,000 bees.
Wow. No, the bees are your friends.
They're your friends. They all have jobs to do, and those do not include checking us out.
Turns out they're all kind of busy workers.
We have foragers in here. We have house bees in here.
With all sorts of tasks in and out of their home.
There are guard bees. There are mortician bees. When they first emerge, they're a cleaner bee, and then eventually they'll become foragers once they get old enough.
Are the foragers only female bees?
All the worker bees are female bees. So 95% of the hive, and in some hives, 100% of the hive will be female.
While female bees are able to take on any one of the 8 available hive chores, male or drone bees have precisely one job: to mate with a queen from a different colony so she can return to lay more eggs, about 2,000 a day.
Right now, we have a lot of confused bees as well. And they're just trying to figure out why there's so many new landmarks around their hive.
Yeah. They're like, is that a Roker? Oh my God.
All right, so we're gonna pull out a couple frames here.
Oh, this is awesome.
This seems like it would annoy them.
It's something that we want to do slowly.
How would you characterize the state of the bee population right now in our country?
The bee population, as far as managed hives, is actually not falling as much as everybody thinks it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of concern more on native pollinators and those unmanaged bees.
I see. Wow, look at that.
Soon, it was Craig's turn to handle the frames.
They're a little annoyed with me. Kind of like you guys.
While Nick helped us spot the monarch.
Now, what were you saying she's doing there?
She's walking around right now looking for cells to lay eggs in.
So humble. I'd be on a throne. I'd let them do all the work. Well, she does walk around like she's the queen bee.
Right now, the queen is exposed, so they're getting around her to keep her nice and warm.
Wow. That's crazy.
God save the queen.
After tucking the bees back in, Nick treating us to a tour tradition.
This is how the bees leave it when we're ready to harvest. So what you can do is you can just press your finger right into it, and you can try some of the honey direct from the hive.
That's great.
That's the purest honey we've ever had.
Oh my God. That's just honey.
Nothing but honey.
That's about as fresh as it gets.
All right. but we wanted to see how honey gets from the comb to our home. So we headed to Nick's shop, the Honey House at Astor Apiaries.
We're going to do a little honey harvesting. The first thing that we've got to do is we've actually got to remove all of the cappings here. Now that all the honey is exposed, we can actually take this to our extractor.
Oh,
that's where the magic happens in separating everything.
Craig got to flip the extractor switch. Of course he did.
And we'll just turn this dial up to about 30.
Are you sure you're ready?
Oh,
here it goes.
So this is like a honey tilt-a-whirl.
And that's the honey right there. Okay, with this jar.
After all our hard work, we treated ourselves to a snack break.
What you just got is actually also a bit of a spicy salami, sweet and spicy.
Oh, wow.
Before jarring some honey to take home.
1.5 million visits of a bee to make that amount of honey.
That was one busy bee.
Cheers!
Cheers to honey.
To honey!
To the sweetest story and buddy up we've ever done.
Aww.
All right.
Oh, we learned so much. I
Yeah.
was fascinated.
It really was, and what was just it was like literally from hive to home to watch all that going on.
Hive to
You know,
home.
hive to home. And we want to thank Big Nick. Oh, you guys have some honey there too.
We got some goodies.
Delicious.
I'll put a jar in your dressing room.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And in fact, we've got Rosh Hashanah coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's part of that the tradition of
Apples
honey,
with honey.
and apples.
Yeah, Rosh
Very
Hashanah
nice.
starts tomorrow, the Jewish Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. That's a sweet way to celebrate. We want to thank Big Nick and all the folks involved with Astor Apiaries and the National Honey Board for their resources. They're doing important work.
Absolutely.
Because on average, there is a 40% bee loss in nature impacting things like pests, hive disease, climate change. And I shared this one fact with you guys.
Okay.
You know, we see all those honey jars that are shaped like bears or with Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
We think bears like honey. They actually are going after the bee larva. And the honey just is a byproduct. They're not interested in the honey. They want the bee larva to get the protein.
So it's just a legend that he likes.
So they don't need to carry that big thing around that says honey on it.
No, he does, but it's spelled Hunny for Winnie the Pooh.
Well, of course.
There you go.
But of course. But in all sincerity, like I really have greater respect for bees and how we need them and natural honey. Oh my goodness, there's just nothing like it.
So delicious.
Thank you, Al. Safe travels back.
That's great. And congratulations again, Al.
Thank you very much, guys.
Dripping honey
See you
all over the
tomorrow.
place. All right.
Coming up next, football player turned Oscar-winning filmmaker Matthew A. Cherry live here in the studio to tell us all about his brand new series that the whole family is going to love. Speaking of families, by the way, we've got a must-have. We've got fall looks for everyone in your family coming up in our Style File. Third hour of today, this very sweet edition of it. Right back after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning, we are catching up with a modern Renaissance man. Matthew A. Cherry is a former NFL wide receiver who went into filmmaking after football.
He's directed music videos and TV shows and won an Oscar for his animated short film, Hair Love. It tells the story of an African-American father learning to do his daughter's hair for the first time.
Well, now there's a new animated series based on that short film. Young Love follows the lives of young family, which, can be a little challenging sometimes. Take a look.
I was gonna make pancakes, but I can't seem to find
Way ahead of you, babe. Check it.
Since when did we start nuking our pancakes?
Since you were in a hospital, I had to implement some shortcuts.
Like when we ran out of soap and you gave me a bath with the dishes? Or when we were all out of rubber bands and you used zip ties on my hair? Or when you couldn't help me with my homework and we had to get help from the Postmates guy?
Hey, modern problems require modern solutions.
I'm gonna act like I didn't hear any of that.
It's so good. It's so cute.
It's like the only thing you hadn't done yet. It's the EPM Black Klansman. We're so honored to have you back, Matthew Cherry.
Honored to be back.
So, this new series, Young Love, who do you want to watch it? What do you want them to take away from it?
Yeah, it's really a family show. It centers around a millennial couple who hasn't quite achieved their dreams, but they're really working hard trying to achieve those. But then they also have a young daughter that they're trying to be present for. So, I remember when I was in my 20s, just how I was able to be a little bit more looser with things, but the same things I wouldn't have been able to do if I had a kid. So we just wanted to explore that.
Yeah. And so you created Hair Love before you were a dad.
Yep.
And I'm just so curious how your take on things has changed now that you are a father.
Yeah, no, you tired right now. You definitely are a little bit more tired, but it's just amazing. Like my daughter Theory, she's incredible. She so full of life, and you definitely just want to make sure that you're putting work into the world that she can enjoy and watch with us.
I love that. You just also, she's 11 months old. How old is she?
Yeah, just turned 11 months.
She just turned 11 months. She's a cutie. You also just released a book. It's called Hair Love ABC.
Which was just on her head.
Yep.
Tell us about that and does she understand that this is Daddy's book, or what does she understand?
I don't know if she realizes this is my book, but she's just very into books. I love that she loves to read. Putting things on her head, flipping pages. It's just we really try to do something where board books have typically been the standard A is for apple, B is for boy. We just wanted to imagine it with a little bit more cultural significance. So in our book, A is for afro, B is for braids, L is for locks. So just keeping Hair Love going in a baby board book.
Again, for folks who don't know your story, we won't get into all of it, but you were an NFL player for a number of seasons.
Yep.
You leave the league, you decide, you know what, I want to go into entertainment, but I'm going to start from the bottom and make it to the top. Production assistant, becomes a producer, director. You've done all of these things. For folks who might be watching or listening right now and who might be considering perhaps a second career, doing a full 180, what would you say? What advice would you give?
It's just I feel like everybody has more than one dream, right? I retired at 25 from the thing that I've been playing since 5 years old. And I thought I was going to be able to have this super long career. And, those things that you like to do in your spare time, be that listening to music, watching TV, watching film, doing math equations, kind of whatever it could be. Just you never know when life will give you an opportunity to try something else.
Yes.
And, life is long. So, don't be just confined to doing one thing.
You mentioned football. I'm so curious for someone who's played in the NFL. Who do you root for? Teams you've been on, or do you have a childhood team?
Yeah, I grew up. Obviously, I'm from Chicago, so I grew up a Bears fan. But I played for Jacksonville, so I definitely follow them. And depending on how the other teams are doing, tap in on that fan base.
So you're a bandwagon fan.
Yeah, a little bit.
Half the rest of the country.
Yeah. Exactly.
What's next? Is there anything else you want to do? You want to start a musical? Do you sing?
Yeah. Look.
Oh wait, you just said yes.
I love musicals. I definitely would love to, direct one of those one day. But just continuing to grow and not being confined. Thankfully with Hair Love, we've had a lot of great things come out of it. A natural hair product collab with Dove. Obviously the 2 different books. So now a series.
Blue Ivy tracked the
Blue Ivy did our audio book.
Seriously, it's almost become part of the culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's been really fun. So, just continuing to grow and do things that make me happy.
Well, you know what? We're here for all of it. So
I appreciate you.
You keep doing and keep coming back to tell us about
creating.
it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Matthew. Young Love, by the way, it is out next week on Max.
Good stuff. All right, still to come, there are fall vibes in Studio 1A today. We are sharing some must-have looks for men and women in our style file today. And then our pal Laura Vitale is making not one, but 2 cozy fall soups in Today Food. She's going to show you how to do this when we come right back.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
All right, it may not officially be fall just yet, but we are already.
Fall.
What is it? Is it meteorological
Don't
fall?
start this.
Like, you know, when you have a meteorologist in the house,
It's
it
not fall
changes
yet.
things.
Okay.
So we're already stocking up on some fashion must-haves. And fresh off New York Fashion Week, we have fashion journalist and host of the Friend of a Friend podcast, Liv Perez. She's here to share, prepare us for the season. Good morning to you, Liv.
Good
Welcome
morning.
back.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I'm
I
always
love
so
it.
happy to be back.
All right, so you're wearing our first trend. I've seen this and I didn't know if I could pull it off. It's a shell, it's sleeveless, but it's got a little style to
You
it.
could absolutely pull anything off. You have the best style.
I agree.
Thank you.
You've got good.
So this is the look that we should wear for
Yes,
fall, right?
knit shell top, honestly my secret weapon for transitional dressing. It's really light. If it's warm outside, I can wear just this. If it's cold, can throw a trench coat over. This one's from Aritzia, and I love it because these shoulders are
It gives it a little
so
it's
nice.
structure. Yeah.
With an earring and a trouser, I can wear this to the office, to the Today Show, to drinks with friends. It works.
I
It's
love
just
it.
really subtle and very chic.
Last year, short boots were in, but you say now knee-high boots are the trend.
I love a knee-high boot, and we can have our first model come out so I can show it.
Come on out. Oh, you're so cute.
This is Erin wearing the knee-high. I'm glad I didn't
Erin.
throw my knee-high boots out.
what if you're
Like I
petite?
just kind of kept them around.
I love knee-high boots for everyone. First of all, ultimate confidence booster. And secondly, I also think everyone should have a knee-high boot in their closet. They're a wardrobe essential. Not only can it totally transform an outfit, I mean, this dress gets like
This
a
is a
total
great
makeover
outfit.
with a knee-high boot, but they're also a very sly, warm, wet, they're great for warm weather because it just adds that kind of like extra little oomph to
I
it.
also think they're comfortable. You get that thicker.
So comfortable. Also, really good tip, wear a thick sock under it, knee-high sock, and you'll be comfortable all day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Pro
really
tip
makes
there.
the world of a difference.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Erin.
Liv, what's the one piece that you would recommend for boys this fall?
So-
or for young men?
For men. Hello, Zach.
So for men, I love putting aside those white denim that we use in the summer and bringing in a darker wash denim. First of all, so comfortable, a really easy shift to make for a fall palette. But also, you can really get away with a lot here. This can go from the office day to night really quickly because they do have that very tailored flair to it. One thing I will say with dark wash denim is pay attention to your colors. I usually pair with navies and tans and stay away from pops of color like orange or yellows.
With the dark blue.
With the dark blue, yeah. You can see how really tailored and nice this looks, and I like the neutrals altogether. It just fits.
Looks luxe.
Way to go, Zach. You pulled that
We're here
off
for
well,
it.
sir.
All right, so no matter our age, Fall, I know you say it's all about the jackets. I love this duo. You guys are inspiring me.
Oh my God.
This is the cutest thing we've had. You're the moment of the day.
I can totally see you and Clara in this.
I know.
A
I'm over here
mother-daughter
like,
matching moment.
This is such a cute look. Tell us what you picked here.
So I love trench coats year-round to begin with, but in the fall, they are just perfect. First of all, you have the tailoring of a blazer on top, but you also have that comfort of when you throw like an oversized jacket on, it just feels really good to wear. My one thing with trench coats, it goes over everything. I actually, when I travel, it's my #1 style trick when I'm traveling. I can wear pajamas and throw a trench coat on.
Yeah, and it looks fashionable. That's true.
So good. Here we have it with jeans, and Mackenzie looks so cute in her look.
Where do you get a kid's trench coat?
Zara.
Really?
Oh, of
Yes.
course.
So cute.
So what length is the right? Mine, I feel like mine hits mid-thigh.
So
But this looks so much nicer.
I like them long because
Yeah.
it really adds that dimension to your look. And again, I think you can wear it with anything underneath. Jeans, sneakers, they can go to school drop-off, play dates,
So cute.
anything, and they look great.
How old is Mackenzie? 4.
She'll be 4.
You're adorable.
Brooke, Mackenzie, you guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Go have a photo shoot outside. Go make that happen.
Thank
We took
you.
so many already.
Oh, you did already? Okay.
Okay, the next one is a blazer. Just a nice blazer. You can't go wrong.
You can't go wrong. I think I have a blazer in every color in my closet. I am such a huge fan of the blazer. I wear them year-round, but for fall, I think they really make a big impact. This houndstooth blazer, even a chocolate blazer in fall, is so nice, so refined, and you can throw it over anything. Leggings, you can throw it over pants, you can throw it over a skirt, and it works. One tip for this, I love to accessorize with a blazer.
Talk to me.
Throw on a belt, a brown belt in there that kind of works with the blazer, is so nice. And I actually work with a lot of my styling clients, and they say, how can I get more shape with a blazer? Sometimes I'll even throw a belt over it to add that shape so it's not so boxy.
Do you always go something simple underneath?
I love a white tee under a blazer. I think it just brings the attention to whatever fabric or print you're working with.
Yeah.
I love
Keeps
it.
it simple.
And this one's from Old Navy.
It is from Old Navy. It's so good. This is, to me, a quintessential fall blazer.
Chloe, you look beautiful. We
I
love
want to
it.
go shopping now.
Yeah.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's have all of our
I want you to take me shopping.
Anytime. I would be happy to.
Honestly, I was sad that summer was leaving, but this makes me happy.
I'm so ready. I'm so ready for fall.
Liv, thank you so much.
Of
You guys
course.
look great. And head over to Liv's Instagram, by the way. What's your Instagram?
Liv Perez with 2 V's.
Liv Perez with 2 V's. Got
Awesome.
it. All right, thank you.
All right, coming up, another sure sign of fall. We are making 2 cozy soups that are perfect for when the weather gets cooler. Then later, things are heating up on the plaza when music superstar Carrie Underwood comes back to treat us to one of her classic songs. Love that outfit, too. We'll be right back. This morning, Today Food is sponsored by Good & Gather. Only at Target, every single product is free of artificial flavors and sweeteners, synthetic colors, and high fructose corn syrup. again, we're using a few of those items to make 2 cozy soups that are perfect for fall. Cookbook author and host of Laura in the Kitchen, Laura Vitale, is here to walk us through. Good morning.
Welcome back.
I feel like I came in here and was smelling the meatballs and just started chatting, and I didn't get to say good morning. So good morning to you.
Good morning to you. It is officially cozy season.
Yes.
I like to introduce myself into the fall with it's cozy season.
Yes.
It's all things soups. And I wanted to share a couple of soups that I felt like are not only delicious, but they're kind of really quick and easy to put together.
Awesome.
And with just like a couple of shortcuts from Good and Gather, we can pull them together in literally under...
speaking our language.
Under 45 minutes, you've got a delicious soup. We're going to start with a mini meatball and veggie soup.
Okay.
A classic American sort of beef and veggie, but we're throwing it in an Italian spin by doing a little meatball.
Awesome.
To a large bowl, I added some Good and Gather ground beef. You're going to add an egg.
What percentage do you like?
So I like an 85-15 because if it's a little too lean, then your meatballs are going to have to cook for a really long time to become really soft and tender.
Okay.
Breadcrumbs, Parmesan cheese, garlic, add it all in at the same time. It won't hurt a bit. Perfect. And then you're going to add some salt and pepper. And then you'll just mix that as you would any kind of meatball and form it.
Salt and pepper?
Yeah, and then just form it with using a little ice cream scoop. So I love the idea of using a small ice cream scoop because it forms them all to the same
We're working
size.
together well.
Look at that.
If I were on TV right now, I'd use my hands, but...
Yes, well, honestly, that's really the best way to really incorporate everything together. And then a good rule of thumb when it comes to any kind of beef or meatballs or anything like that when it comes to soup is to sear it first because you're developing a lot of flavor in there, which I call free flavor. I didn't pay for that flavor, but I am getting it.
Smells so good.
And it smells so good. So now to this, you're going to go ahead and add some of the onion and garlic. Yeah, please. I left a few meatballs in there. I can't see.
That's okay.
Because I'm actually not
My
quite
kids are going to
tall.
enjoy this, too.
It's really good.
So we got onions and garlic?
Yes, onions and garlic. Just saute that for a few minutes, and then you go ahead with some diced tomatoes. Now, I use diced tomatoes. Sometimes I use leftover marinara sauce. Sometimes I use tomato puree. It's really about whatever you have on hand.
You do you.
Because the great thing about soup is very forgiving. Sure. Right? Soup is extremely forgiving. Once that sautés for a few minutes, you're going to go ahead and add your tomatoes.
Okay.
You're going to add your seasoning.
What is that?
This is just like a garlic and herb seasoning.
Okay.
Any all-purpose seasoning will do.
Okay.
And then you're going to add your stock.
And this
Is that just beef?
Just beef stock. You could use chicken. You could use ground chicken or ground
We've
turkey.
got to make
for
sure
the
we get to
beef,
the second soup.
Whatever you'd like. Once that comes to a simmer, you're going to add your meatballs back in, right? So pretend this is nice and up to a simmer. We're going to add the meatballs back in.
It's cooking. I can't pass her food.
All right,
Add the potatoes.
Laura, what's the second soup?
The second soup is going to be a sausage and a tortellini soup, which is phenomenal. Now, once this comes up to a boil, you're going to go ahead and you're going to add some of the frozen Good and Gather veggies.
Okay.
Let that simmer for a good 15 minutes,
Awesome.
and then boil it up, and you're good to go.
You've got 60 seconds left.
So delicious.
All right,
60 seconds, we
here
can
we go.
do it. Chicken sausage, the Good and Gather Italian chicken sausage is so fantastic.
I've seen that and I've never known what to
you
do with it.
will love it.
Okay.
Get that nice and seared. Once it's seared, you're going to take it out and you're going to add your trinity of, celery, carrots, onions. Saute that until it's really nice.
This is good.
Add your sausage, add your beef stock, add your tomato sauce of choice. And then once it all comes back up to a boil, I like to add a little Parmesan rind for flavor.
So
Bring
you
it
put
up
the beef broth in the even though it's chicken sausage, like you mix.
You can mix and match.
The rind is such a good secret.
Yes, it adds fantastic flavor. Bring it to a boil. Add your tortellini. This is the Good and Gather 4-cheese tortellini, which is so fantastic. You will love it even in a salad, like in a pasta salad. It's to die for. Look at that. It's fantastic.
And it's so hearty.
Really hard
it's
to
all
beat.
in one bowl and you don't need anything else.
Perfect for back to
Thank you,
school.
Laura. You did do it in 1 minute.
Wow. Fast.
That was impressive.
Awesome. For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
Oh, shoot.
Coming up, one more song
Really
from country music superstar Carrie Underwood, and she saved a good one for us. Church bells will be ringing on the plaza right after this.
concert series on Today is proudly presented to you by Citi.
We are back with a packed plaza filled with country music fans. They've been listening to 8-time Grammy-winning superstar Carrie Underwood all morning long. Well, next week, she's dropping a special deluxe edition of her album, Denim and Rhinestones.
But right now, Carrie is throwing it back, treating us to a performance of her hit, Church Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, Carrie Underwood.
Jenny grew up wild like a Blackfoot daisy, out in the shack with the blue tick hound. Broke as hell, but blessed with beauty, the kind that a rich man can't turn down. She caught the eye of an oil man dancing one summer night in a dime store town. She had the looks, he had the mansion, and you can figure out the rest. It was all roses dripping in diamonds, sipping on champagne. She was all uptown, wearing that white gown, taking his last name. She could hear those church bells ringing, ringing, and up in the loft at home, choir singing, singing. Fold your hands and close your eyes, yeah, it's all gonna be alright. And just listen to the church bells ringing, ringing, yeah, they're ringing.
Stay tuned because Carrie's back for more on Hoda and Jenna. But the third hour of Today will be right back. tomorrow here on the third hour. Today, more music coming up. Teddy Swims live in studio.
Yes, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, more with another music superstar, Carrie Underwood.
We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye. That's what you're supposed to say. Bye-bye.
Today, music superstar Carrie Underwood is here, and she's hitting our summer concert stage. Plus, hair and makeup must-haves when Today teams up with People magazine for its annual Beauty Awards. And we're talking about Megan Thee Stallion, what she's saying about that viral video of her and Justin Timberlake backstage at the VMAs.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hi, it's Thursday, September 14th.
Look who's back.
Hey, girl. How was Mr. Willie Geist, whom I love?
Willie Geist,
funny?
oh, he was very funny. He was happy to be here, but we missed you very much.
Oh, he's a great guy. He's one of those broadcasting guys. He's
I love
got
him.
top of the heap.
Love him. Okay, y'all, but you missed the VMAs.
I know.
Did you stay up late watching them?
No, but I saw clips. Tell me what we're talking about.
Okay, well, there was this big moment that we saved just to talk about it with you, where Megan Thee Stallion and Justin Timberlake were hanging out, and Megan was using her hands a lot. See, here it is. Here it is, using her hands.
No, you don't. Oh.
All right, that's the clip. Anyway, that happened backstage, and of course, the internet weighed in, and they thought by the looks of the hands, it looked like she was mad. She was not mad, though.
She just talks with her hands.
She talks with her hands. The internet was completely wrong. She was saying, not like this, because she actually wants to meet Justin properly.
Oh, that's what she's saying. Not like this.
Not quickly.
Or her makeup's getting done. They're brushing by each other. This was a moment. She wanted to have a moment.
Yeah, because she probably loves JT.
Sometimes things get lost in translation. You're a hand talker. You talk with your hands.
I talk with my hands. You really talk with your hands.
You know why? I like to emphasize. Like, here's the button. Here's the point. Here we go. Because otherwise, look at the difference.
Yes.
Here's the point. Look at this. Here's the point.
Yeah, no, there's the point. I saw that point right there. It's sharp as a period. Okay, well, she posted this video on TikTok with Justin. The caption read, y'all, I just talk with my hands.
Oh.
This is...
Right. That's all she talks with her hands.
She said, love you, Justin. They went to the after party and they hung and they had the proper moment.
They got their time
but
together.
But don't you feel like I totally get her point? When you really want to meet somebody,
and you're like, please, this is like a big moment. Don't let it rush by.
And it's in kind of a weird way.
Yes, and with you don't want that.
Everybody there, and you want like a real
I'll tell you
conversation.
something weird that happened to me on the train yesterday. So I had a shoot that's why I wasn't here. So I went on this shoot. So I realized I'm on the train and I don't have a pen. I'm like, how did I come all this way without a pen? So I was looking around, and all these people are busy in their work, and I see the lady, the nice woman who helps give people coffee, and I go, do you have a pen? She goes, yes. I go, oh, great, thank you. She goes, I'll bring it. I was like, oh, wow, okay.
Thanks.
So I go sit in my seat, and I watch her tiptoe by. 1 second, I'm going to get it. I go, okay, thank you. So I'm waiting, I'm trying to work on my interview, and she walks by, and she goes, I'll have to get it from my purse. She goes back the other way. I go, okay, and I'm going to bring it to you in a napkin. I go, okay. I was like, what's going on?
Oh, I know what she thought.
She hands me a wrapped up in a napkin, and I opened it to find my pen, and there was a tampon.
Knew it.
She thought that I said, when I said a pen, but then what was I going to do? So I
Right
had
with
to,
it, girl. You gotta write with it.
Well, I felt bad that she went to all that trouble, so I went to the restroom to make her not feel bad.
Hoda.
I didn't want her to feel bad.
Hoda, that's an old pattern. That's
You're
an
right.
old pattern because, sorry, the more evolved Hoda would say, thank you so much. I meant a pen.
But she went to, no, when I saw that she went to her purse back and forth and wrapped it, got it, and then handed it to me
but
like
it
it was,
wouldn't
wait,
hurt
like
her-
it was contraband, like this.
Yeah, totally.
Take it. And you're like, okay.
By the way, you should have seen when Henry and I first got together.
Yeah.
And he had to buy me tampons
Yeah.
for the first time.
Uh-huh.
I might as well have asked him. You know, he thought I asked him to go buy illegal drugs. He was like, "Yeah, I got the goods. I got them."
It's so bizarre.
And
isn't
now, after 15 years, he's like, "What do you need? A tampon?" "Oh yeah, I got it."
I got it.
"Ma'am, tampons?" You know.
He does not
He
care
don't care.
anymore.
He don't care. It's not.
Have you had all those talks with Mila, by the way?
Yeah.
When did you do that?
Well, she read Are You There, God? It's me,
Oh,
Margaret.
okay.
Thank you to Judy Bloom. The talk was,
Yeah, so she was ready then.
She-
Did she ask you or did you say, I think we should
She
talk?
came in and she was like, What
What's
is puberty?
Oh.
She was a
asked you.
little young, but I said, well, it's when a woman's body changes.
How old is...
Mila's 10.
How old was she when
She was
asked
probably 8. She was an
I
early
wondered,
reader.
Yeah. But she was interested and
She was
wanted to know.
interested, and I
Yeah.
explained it to her. And evidently, the other day in the car, Henry was taking them to school, and out of nowhere, Poppy goes, "I hope I get Mom's boobs." What? And Mila was like, "I don't. I would rather not." Poppy's like, "When I go through puberty, I hope I get Mom's boobs." Which I think is, well, that's what happens when you go through puberty.
I know, but
you
that's
develop
hilarious.
breasts.
Thank you for the tutorial. And the reason I was asking you how and when is because I actually saw Gwyneth Paltrow being interviewed about something, and she said that her kids learned about all that stuff in school at a class thing, and then they came home and asked for clarification. And I was thinking about, then it got me thinking, like, when did I learn about that? I learned in school too.
Yeah, totally.
No parents were
No.
sitting down having
No. Did you ever have a birds and the bee conversation?
No, you're like, learn it at health ed. Okay, you got it?
Yeah.
Like, I think
no,
I got
we
it.
never had a birds, and we haven't either, but one day we will. But nobody was ever like, let's sit down and discuss.
Nobody did.
No. But I'm evolved.
I am too. Except for I should not.
Yeah, but
Okay.
you could have just said.
I could have
because
just
how
said
did
I
you-
wanted a pen.
How did you study for your? Can we
Because
get
I
that?
found a pencil in my bag. It was an old pencil I had, but you know how you like to write with the thing you like to write with? I had a pencil, so I used
I
it.
actually love a pencil because you can erase.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, Jenna, something else happened while I was gone. You've got a new project.
I have a new
What is it?
project. I am so excited, y'all. We have a Read with Jenna podcast.
Brilliant.
I'm thrilled because I love
Yes.
nothing more than introducing the world
Yes.
to books, except also introducing the world to the authors.
So who are you going
I
to have
adore.
on?
Well, Judy Bloom.
Oh, wait, we love Judy Bloom.
Judy Bloom.
I still can't believe they're talking about banning some of her books.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Okay.
Now you've just gotten me
I know.
angry.
Well, because
Okay.
I need to get riled up.
Judy Bloom, Amor Tolls, Jerry Seinfeld, all of these incredible writers,
You
some
have
of whom
so
you
many-
know,
yes,
some you'll meet.
This is going to be really good.
It's
You're
really
going to unpack
exciting.
books. I know how much you love it. And how are you going to start it off?
Well, we're all kicking it off next week with Colleen Hoover.
Wait.
So all the cohorts.
Wait a minute.
Get going. We're going to.
She doesn't do many interviews.
No, I'm so thrilled because I adore her. I'm at premiere September 21st.
Let's go already.
Just follow that QR code right by Hoda.
I think
or
a brilliant.
Get your podcast
Jen, I'm
wherever you
proud
get
of
your
you.
podcast.
Look at.
Well, I'm following in your footsteps.
Let's go.
My podcast queen.
Come on, let's do it. All right.
Okay, coming up next, we'll tell you what's poppin' in pop culture.
From the return of your favorite reality show to the slimy trend that's taken over TikTok. We got what's hot coming up after this. What is all this TikTok? Look who's here, our pal, pop culture expert, Bravo personality, and our friend who's wearing her name on her shirt, Darren Karp.
Darren. Okay, Darren, first of all, we love you.
I love you.
We love this series. She's back for her series we like to call
What's Poppin'?
Ladies, I've got the top 5 best things, as always, to introduce you today.
Okay,
Are
we're
you ready to go?
We are so
always
ready.
ready.
Okay,
Here we
What's
go.
number
What's
5?
number 5?
Number 5. Wrestlers. Okay, you might not be into wrestling, and that's okay. It's a 7-part series on Netflix. This is brought to us by the same people who produce Cheer.
They're amazing.
So it's an underdog story, and
I love
you really
that.
get to understand the niche of this kind of sport. It's all about underdogs, like I said, and people who are passionate about it. It centers around the Ohio Valley Wrestlers wrestling ring in Louisville, Kentucky. The Miz came from there. John Cena came from there.
Oh.
Insane alumni. I want you to kind of take a look at this trailer and see like how amazing
Watch
it is.
Wrestling, for a lot of these people, gives them a purpose in life, a reason to live.
We chose to do what we had to do creatively to make our family survive and to let him work on his dream.
My name, my reputation is all wrapped up into this. I'm doing it because I desperately want this and everyone involved in it to succeed. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, all this works.
Oh my
I
God,
bet
that
it's a
looks
true.
good.
Wait, that
It's
team
really
that brought
good.
you Cheer,
Yes.
they're incredible.
Amazing
that's
storytelling.
Co-viewing. I feel like Henry and I finally have something to watch.
You call it co-viewing?
You know, co-viewing.
That's so cute.
We'll
Isn't
view
it
it
cute?
together.
That's cute. All right,
It's
what's
so
number
cute.
4? Hit us, Darren.
All right, number 4, my favorite show on Bravo, Below Deck Mediterranean, is back for season 8. This is a very chaotic, very tumultuous 8th season of Below Deck Mediterranean. It comes back September 25th, 9/8 Central on Bravo. It takes place in the gorgeous Italian Riviera.
What?
I went last summer to go see them. Portofino is
Oh, you went and
chef's
saw
kiss.
while they were filming?
I did, which was absolutely incredible. Captain Sandy is back at the helm. Fan favorite Toomey is coming back as chief stew. It's a perfect upstairs, downstairs about the people who charter yachts. And of course, the people who work for tips, kind of at their every whim.
Talk about co-viewing. Everybody's
Co-viewing
gonna be watching
amazingly.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Number 3.
Yes, The Breakaway. Okay, this is an amazing new New York Times bestselling. Just made the New York Times bestseller
I
list
love
by
Jennifer Weiner.
She's awesome.
Jennifer Weiner is absolutely incredible. This is a story of a woman, about 33-year-old Abby Stern, who kind of comes to a crossroads in her life. So she decides to take this cycling trek.
Okay.
It's a 700-mile trek from New York City to Niagara Falls. She leaves her boyfriend behind, who she met at an overeating camp when she was younger. Appetites have changed. It's very sexy.
Oh.
And she goes on an adventure. It's kind of wild. It's kind of the perfect way to end your summer read or start your fall kind of non.
By the way, can I just tell you that Jennifer once moderated a book event I had, and she rode her bike miles to be there and got a hotel room to shower.
Wait,
She's
what?
a major biker.
Really?
Oh, that's
well, then-
real.
I know. So this
She's
must be where
amazing.
the
a little
research.
of art of life kind of coming into
Yes.
play here.
Okay,
Yeah, definitely
what's poppin'
recommend.
Number two.
Number 2 is Dumb Money. Not sure if you've heard of this movie. Very Big Short kind of esque, brought to us by Craig Gillespie, who brought us I, Tonya. Remember in 2021 when ordinary people kind of flipped the script on Wall Street, creating GameStop, huge stop?
Yeah.
This is the story of that. You can see Paul Dano kind of plays Keith Gill, the securities broker who brought down it all. Shailene Woodley plays his wife. Pete Davidson plays his brother. It's a star-studded cast. It's in select theaters this Friday, coming kind of worldwide October 6th.
Boy, I, Tonya was such a great film.
It's a
I loved
phenomenal
it.
film.
Wait, I heard Pete Davidson gets naked. Is that true?
Would you go see it if he did?
No, I
Because I'm here to pitch it.
Somebody told me that, but I'm
All
not
right,
sure.
take
Okay,
us to the top.
Number 1.
Here's what you guys have all been waiting for. The new trend is
Ew.
snail mucin. This is the
What's
hottest.
mucin? Mucus?
The goop,
Yes, the like,
goop
you know, the
at
little
the end
goop.
of the trail.
The goopity goop that they leave after apparently is amazing for your skin. It's got over 625 million views on TikTok. Dermatologists are talking about this. So
Wait,
it can't be
what?
wrong. Yes, it actually increases the elasticity in your face. It helps the collagen there. It makes you look shiny and bright. And in fact, of course,
Wait, is this
snail? You guys got to feel it.
What's
It actually
called?
feels great. You can use it in your morning routine.
Snail 96 mucin power.
You can use it in your morning routine and night routine. You kind of put it on with
God,
your
look how
toners and
goopy it
retinol.
Does it smell? Will you just tell me
There
how
you
it
go.
smells?
A little
My
mucusy.
stomach feels.
Who doesn't want mucus on their face in the morning?
Are you wearing it because your skin glows?
Of course I am.
You are for
I
real?
wouldn't be pitching you a product I'm not going to wear.
You like this?
I do.
But when you put it on
'Cause
your
it's clear.
skin, but see what
No,
it-
you gotta just don't think about it being a
I
snail.
know,
Wait,
but
it-
feel the
don't-
gook.
just pretend it's-
Think gook.
Oh, it doesn't smell bad.
Doesn't smell like
I hope
anything.
not. I'm like, just making sure I smell okay.
By
no,
the way, it is kind of soft and velvety.
It is.
See?
But it feels a
Guys.
little sticky now, I have to be honest.
A little soft
Let
and
it be.
velvety.
Let it be. Let it be.
All right, Darren.
I love
you
you.
always bring us the best things. We adore you.
All right, we should mention that Below Deck is from our sister company, Bravo. Coming up next, the music superstar who's taken over our plaza all morning long.
We're talking Carrie Underwood. She's got another song, but first, y'all, she's banging the best right after this.
Go, Carrie.
Is this really a thing?
It is really a thing.
Coming up tomorrow.
Actress and author Millie Bobby Brown stops by.
Plus, skincare winners from our Today and People Magazine Beauty Awards.
And legendary track and field superstar Allison Felix.
That's all Friday on Hoda and Jenna.
We all know and love Carrie Underwood, but in case you need a little throwback Thursday refresher, in her nearly 2 decades of performing, she has sold more than 85 million records, released 28 #1 singles, and won more than 100 major awards.
Now, Carrie's releasing a special deluxe edition of her album. It's called Denim and Rhinestones. Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
I know that you're a singer and that's why you're here, but we kind of like talking about you as sort of a mom. I mean,
Yeah.
I was just asking you, and I find it fascinating, just like a regular day, a non-working day in the life of Carrie Underwood, how does it unfold for you if the kids have school?
Yeah, I mean, the kids go to school. My husband usually takes them, but the second they leave, it's like, gotta vacuum, gotta make, I make their beds and kind of check their rooms and make sure there's not wet towels on the floor and stuff like that. You know, clean our room, go work out, garden. I'm always cooking something or canning something or doing something like that. I kind of live in the kitchen, making bread or something. And then before you know it, they come
They're
home
back.
and then we make dinner. Like we have so many meals together as a family, and
Is that kind of a rule like you're going to do?
It's not a rule. It's just what we do.
Just you do. Even better.
And I love it. Like I like to cook. I like to grow our food, and I feel like that's what I enjoy doing.
Yeah.
And I want them to remember that.
It's so crazy to me. Do you think they understand that their mom is like a superstar?
They have seen me on stage, and I feel like the first time my oldest especially kind of started having ideas is when his friends would say something, and it's like, oh, that's different. Like that, I didn't know
All moms.
that
We
that
thought
wasn't
all
normal.
moms were
Yeah,
rappers.
yeah. So they would come home and be like, they said they saw you on TV. I'm like, I was on TV.
We were just talking too. I think we have similar philosophies about technology. You want to make sure your kids stay off.
I mean, it's such a battle, right? Even television. Like I notice if they kind of watch too much TV, it like they have an attitude shift.
Yes.
And I'm like,
We
why
had
are
that
you
in our
moody?
house.
Like, what are we doing? Oh, and then it kind of and sometimes they've learned a lot from different television programs and movies and
they're
stuff
educational,
like that. But yeah, it's a struggle, and
You're keeping your kids off the phone as long as possible.
As long as possible. There's been like a whole grassroots initiative within their school, and a bunch of parents getting together and discussing how we can keep our kids kind of away from technology, especially like social media and stuff like that, as long as
It's
possible.
so smart.
Can we talk denim
and rhinestones?
Girl.
Are they your two?
More
Well, first
denim,
of all,
more rhinestones.
I know, look at you.
You're in a denim suit.
I live it. I practice what I preach.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. No, we released the album, and there were a collection of songs that I felt like needed their time, needed their due. So we expanded, like I said, more denim, more rhinestones, more hairspray,
More hairspray, more all of it.
Yeah.
Do you love your Vegas residency?
I do. Well, so much so that we've announced more dates for 2024, which is super fun. It's really great to just look out on the audience, and people come to Vegas to have a good time. People are from everywhere, all over the world. Like wherever you're from, it's kind of easy to get to Vegas, right? Because so many people want to go. But it's just a blast, and we enjoy the show we put together.
You had extra fun, didn't you?
I was going to say, not everything that happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah.
Is it? You guys went and got a tattoo?
Oh yes,
a tat. And it was your mom's idea.
It was. She was coming out. My mother's wild. Those are words that have never been uttered. She was coming out to Vegas, and then my sisters were going to come, and she's like, "Can we get tattoos?"
Were
And
you
I
like,
said,
what are you talking about?
I know. I was like, sure.
Yeah.
So then I set it up, and we all go, and I'm kind of like, that's kind of a fun.
Was
fun
it painful?
memory. It feels like a tattoo. I don't know.
Wait, so this is not your first tattoo?
Yeah.
No, this is not the one I got with my mom.
Okay.
That one's on my foot.
Yeah.
But I've
You've had a couple.
You have a few. That's so sweet. Okay, we have to talk about rock music. Is it you opened?
You're a total rocker.
You opened for Guns N' Roses?
I did. Yes.
Okay, you're
that
jacked.
crazy?
That's your thing.
Which this was also kind of a like worlds colliding moment. Our last show was in Nashville, and literally that morning we took our 4-year-old to a baseball game, and I was sitting there watching 4 and 5-year-olds play baseball, and then I like went downtown and
opened for Guns N' Roses. No big deal.
As one does.
You do a lot of very cool things. One of the cool things you do is this charity called Tunnel to Towers. It's a foundation that's near and dear to you, and through your concerts, a lot of money's been donated.
It's amazing.
Yeah, well, we started doing this thing where if everybody's coming to get together and have fun at a show anyway, we might as well do something good in the world. So we, through the years, have partnered up with various organizations, and for the Denim and Rhinestone store, we partnered up with Tunnel to Towers. And I would see their ads and things like that on TV, and for whatever reason, I was like, I feel like this feels right, and I really want to work with these people because they do great things for our servicemen and women and their families, and they sacrifice so much for us. So $1 from every ticket went to them, and the fans raised over $420,000 to give to them. And the people that like run the whole thing, just talking to them, like they're just like normal people that want to do good things for these people. Yeah. So today he was like, not a nickel is going to be wasted, and I'm like, I believe you. So yeah, it's really amazing what they do, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
You do incredible work,
love you, Carrie.
Thank you.
All right, Denim and Rhinestones Deluxe is out next Friday. Stick around though. Carrie saved one song for us, and along with the song, a big surprise for one of her fans.
Y'all aren't going to want to miss it. But up next, award-winning hair and makeup products starting at just $5. Right after this. $5. $5.
This year, by the way, marks the 9th annual People in Today Beauty Awards when dozens of staffers try out more than 400 new beauty products to find the thing we need.
Yeah, okay, this winners are all in, featured in the latest edition of People magazine. And right now we've got some of the favorites in the hair and makeup category.
All right, Andrea Loventhal is People Style and Beauty Director. This is something people wait for.
Totally.
This is the issue.
We wait for it, by
Yes.
the way. Okay, so let's start with makeup. We're starting with mascara. What do you have for us?
Okay, I am a mascara aficionado. It says it on my resume. And this Maybelline one was the clear winner. It's incredible. It says it's the Falsies Surreal. It's an extension mascara, so it has fibers. And you could get lash extensions or you could just swipe this on.
And how does it come off? Is it easy to come off?
It comes off.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes off.
So this is not waterproof?
No, this isn't waterproof.
I don't like waterproof.
I hate
But
waterproof.
Get it off.
It's
ever.
incredible.
Hate.
It makes your lashes look so long and thick. And if you don't want to get extensions, this is the next best thing. $10.
$10? All right, let's have an eyeshadow that we need.
Okay, so at first our testers were a little bit like, whoa, guys, it was described as trippy looking.
Trippy,
When you
okay.
put it on, it gives you the coolest wash-up color.
Ooh, iridescent.
It transforms depending on the light. And everyone had so much fun playing with it. And the best was it made it through, as one tester said, a hideously humid 90-degree day.
Was that Malia?
Yeah, our staffer, Malia, she loved it.
So it comes in all different shades, right?
Yeah, and they all shift in the light.
That's kind of cool.
So if you want a little
You can
disco
see.
fun.
That is really cool. All right, let's go to the lips.
Okay, Wet n Wild, you guys.
Wet n Wild.
$5. And our staffers who tried this went crazy for it. Wet n Wild, rose comforting
Did
lip color.
Katrina like it? That's all we want to know.
Katrina loved it. Look how pretty it looked on her.
Well, she looks good in everything.
It's like a lip balm, but with a tint. And again, $5. It's hard to find anything for $5
Feels
these
good.
days.
It's very moisturizing.
It is. It's very moisturizing. That's exactly what the staffer said.
too. I like it.
It's not pretty.
I love it. Bring us back to old school, girl.
We love this
Elnet.
spray.
I am such an Elnet girl. This is a reformulated version. Look how big the can is.
That is
'Cause you can-
humongous.
When it comes to hairspray, I'm sure Carrie Underwood would agree. You just go. You just gotta go.
Look at this thing.
I
Okay.
loved this. I tested this one. I thought it was so great.
It's unscented, it looks like?
Yes, it's unscented. I tried this for the U.S. Open. My hair remained smooth, shiny, sleek.
You're kidding me.
I know you were there too. I was surprised to see your eyes on the court and not on my hair.
If she knows
had
you're
I
there,
seen
you know where
you,
she'd
I
be
would
looking.
have.
It was so smooth.
All right.
talk to
Wait,
us
is
about-
this Frizzies?
Yes.
John
Wait.
Frieda Frizzies.
Everybody loves Frizzies.
Isn't that great?
It's a conditioner.
Shampoo and conditioner. So
They had that.
you know, the serum's amazing, but the
Yeah.
shampoo and conditioner, our staffers loved it because this one repairs damage from heat styling and coloring. I know we're all natural here, but just in case you do heat style or color and it leads to like frizzy damage, this stuff repairs it. $10
good.
a bottle.
$10.
You can't beat that.
It
No,
is
that's
good.
awesome.
And you can find it in the drugstore.
Okay, let's get to this
Oh,
straightening.
a tool we can't live without.
So this is our splurge. And if you're going to spend on anything, a tool is the way to go.
Yeah.
Because you want your flat iron to heat evenly so it doesn't singe your hair.
Yeah.
So when you pass through, you don't get hot
We've all
spots.
had that.
This is Hetty from People.
Hetty.
She is giving it a spin. And she said what she loved about it is it left her hair really shiny.
Wow, look.
And really one pass. So the name is legit. It's one pass. Look at her.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, it looks so shiny.
Wait,
Yeah, isn't that nice?
So good.
So it's a little bit more expensive, but again, if you're going to
Worth it.
splurge,
Yeah.
it's a hair tool.
Awesome. Andrea, we adore you.
Thank you,
Thank
Andrea.
you, guys.
Check out these products at today.com/shop. Tomorrow, y'all, we will bring you the top products in body and skincare.
Oh,
It's a
love
big
that.
one. And to see the full list of winners, pick up the new issue of People magazine this Friday.
How cute is Anderson on the cover?
So cute.
So cute. He's no Jenna Bush Hager,
No,
but he's
come on,
cute too.
please.
Coming up next, our pal Jeffrey Zakarian shares the secret to making perfect meatballs. Coming up after this.
Who's the person who said testers 3 times?
there's one dish that's always a crowd pleaser. It's meatballs, and today we're kicking up a few notches with the help of chef, restaurateur, and TV personality Jeffrey Zakarian.
Yeah, he is showing us one of his signature dishes. This is straight off the menu of his newest restaurant in Doha, Qatar. It's called Jeffrey Zakarian.
Yeah, we couldn't think of a name, so we just,
But look how beautiful
Wow, how's that restaurant
is.
doing out there?
We haven't opened it yet. We're in the
you're-
process. Yeah, it's very exciting.
So when do you guys open?
Well, hopefully in a couple of months. Yeah.
Amazing.
We're pumped.
All right.
This is a crowd please, as you said, and we're Middle Eastern. We were talking about before the Sept, but we love lamb. I grew up with lamb, and it kind of be polarizing lamb, but not this.
Not for us.
This is amazing.
It's good for you, right?
It's so good for you, lamb, and the flavor of lamb is amazing. So if you just help me, we're going to take stale bread or breadcrumbs or anything you have lying around. You don't have to buy fresh bread for this. Dry it out. Even if it's dry, put some milk in there, let it sit, put it in, we call it the blitz, which is a fancy word for put it in the food processor. And then we have here, so we have our shallots, smoked paprika, fennel seed, pepper and chili. That's a little spicy, you were saying, right? You got that. The lamb and the breadcrumbs that are all blitzed. And I'm going to put some herbs. I have sage, marjoram, thyme. Totally up to you what you want to put in here, but I love sage.
And you like fresh herbs?
I love fresh herbs. Yeah, dry, there's some dry in that, but the freshness of the sage and everything is just delicious. So we're going to throw a little salt and pepper in there.
So do you not need like an egg or something to keep this together?
This particular recipe, no.
Doesn't need
And you see why, because there's so much fat in this lamb.
Yeah.
It's really a great, and here you have it. So it's a little darker. That's because of the red pepper and the spices. But if you want, you just use a scoop. Now what I do is just
you do an ice cream
scoop. You can do that.
Brilliant.
And you oil it. So
Yeah. So
spray
it's
it with
easy,
Pam,
right? You just spray it.
Look, it's so oily.
You can spray it.
Hey, Jeffrey, if you don't like lamb, and some people don't, can you just substitute anything?
Listen, you can use beef, you can use turkey, you can use chicken, you can use a combination of pork or lamb or beef and lamb. A lot of Italians like to do.
Now, if you switch the meat, do you need an egg or it will stick?
Well, what I do is I tell people if it's a little dry, add some more, either some more milk
or some eggs.
And then there's no cheese in here, but we're going to have cheese at the very end.
Okay.
But we're going to grate some on this, and then if you want to grate the cheese, this is called a rasp, which is an old.
Here, I'll let you do
This tool used to be for.
Where am I putting this here?
carpenters. Yes.
So how long are we cooking these for?
Just bake them 5 or 10 minutes until they're fully cooked inside. I like about 140, 150 internal temperature. And this is a little secret. I put it and bake it before they're cooked.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and put the cheese on. It gets a nice little crust.
Yeah, I love that.
Then we can't do this without a pomodoro sauce, right? So a pomodoro sauce. Yes, you can go buy it. There's about 700 brands.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are very good now because they really learned how to do it with least ingredients and no chemicals. So this is just an onion. I'm sweating this onion. I'm taking canned. Just pop. Isn't it great? I mean, everybody's here smelling this and they're like, oh my God.
So good.
It's almost lunchtime. And then that's it. A little salt and pepper. We're going to let those just simmer. We're going to chop them. With the back of the spoon, let them soften up. Some fresh basil, salt and pepper, and we're just going to let that simmer. We don't want to cook a pomodoro hours and hours. It's one of those wives' tales. This is going to cook 15, 20 minutes. You want it to be fresh and bright. You see how bright this is?
Yeah, I like that.
That's because it's cooked not much, and you want the sweetness of the tomato. The more you cook it, though, it's going to get the acid of the tomato is going to come out. So you want it fresh, right?
Okay, so now what are we doing here?
Very simple. You're going to help me with this. You're going to I'm going to put these in here. You're going to add some ricotta in between, like in the nesting, like they're holding they're spooning each other.
Yeah, I feel like that makes it a special dish.
That looks so good. I'm going to sneak down.
Come eat.
Give it a try.
Yeah, we got to do something really special. You can't have enough cheese, right?
So what do you do?
I agree.
You got to have cheese. More cheese, the better.
You got that.
I'm going to do some here. This is
Look at that.
for the family, right?
Yes. Will you put some on these two?
Make it rain.
Can you make it rain over here?
Make it rain.
Make it rain.
And then you got to have a little drizzle of olive oil. I call this
olive oil. Yes.
My good friend Frank calls this anointing it.
Oh, I like
anoint it.
Thank you.
Here you go.
And there you have it.
Oh, that looks
Look
so
how beautiful
yummy.
this is.
And that's a dish that to me is like every day you make this. You could freeze it. You
I feel like kids would be into this.
Oh, but this is fantastic, and it's just the right amount of sauce, so you really get the protein in there.
Oh my God, that is so yummy,
Isn't that
Jeffrey.
good with the lamb?
Love it, love it, love it. All right, to get this recipe, to go to today.com/food.
Y'all get ready to be carried away. A performance by Carrie Underwood, plus an incredible surprise for one of her fans right after this.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
It's been an amazing morning. Carrie Underwood has been rocking our plaza all morning long.
Yep, but guess what, guys? She's got one more song from her album Denim and Rhinestones Deluxe, performing Take Me Out. Here is Carrie Underwood.
Where do the days go? Routines rushing around. Seems like it's been so hard to find the time for just the two of us. Ain't nothing wrong with us. It's just sometimes love gets caught up in life. I miss your touch. I miss that fire. So kiss me like it's the first time tonight and take me.
Where is Hoda?
I'm right here.
Hoda.
I'm right here. Hey, Carrie. I'm down here.
Down
See
there.
me over here.
There she
Hi,
is.
girl. Hi, how are you? Okay, so I'm with this guy. You may have seen his sign. His name is Daniel Burtis. Now, your sign says, I almost quit my job to see you. Explain.
Well, I work at Walmart. Thanks to my manager, Brandy, for letting me have off. Oh, my gosh. They let me switch with someone.
Okay.
And
you were able to come?
Yep, and I was
What do you love about Carrie so much that you're willing to almost risk your job?
Just her music. I've been a fan since American Idol. I just love her.
All right, you want to come meet her?
Oh, my God.
Come on! Listen, come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Hold on.
Daniel, let's
Hold on.
go.
Take your time. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
Daniel.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Step right up. Be careful.
Come on
Careful,
over.
Daniel.
There's Daniel.
You are
this
still
is Carrie.
employed.
Is this the coolest?
So cool.
All right, so Daniel, this is your first surprise. You're standing here with Carrie Underwood. We have one more.
And we're
Don't
gonna
wait.
sing together. I'm just kidding.
You're going to Vegas.
Daniel, you want to hear what's happening? Thanks to AEG Presents, you and a guest will receive 2 front orchestra tickets.
You almost took me out with that sign there.
Reflection, the Las Vegas residency at Resorts World Theater. You get airfare for up to 2 for $1,500 and a 2-night stay.
By the way, the tickets are for the 2024 dates of Carrie's and her Las Vegas residency. They go on sale on Monday, but Carrie, I know you got a bunch of super fans, but this guy's top of the heap.
He may be the top.
This is your day.
This
off now.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have
Brandon.
to.
You said Brandon, right?
Brandy, tell
Brandy.
Yes.
He needs off work.
Oh, there you go.
Sometime next year, 2024.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got to
To
let
go
him
to
go to
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah, all right.
Okay,
Carrie
we
says
love you,
yes. Carrie, thank you so
Thank
much. We love you so much,
Thank
guys. Thank you so much.
We'll be back right after this.
All right, coming up tomorrow, guys, actress and author Millie Bobby Brown stops by.
We love her. Plus, track and field superstar Allison Felix.
What a great Thursday it was.
Oh, it really was so good.
What's tomorrow?
Well, guess what, y'all? The best news is tomorrow's Friday.
Yes. Yes.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Dwyane Wade, D-Wade, Flash. Winner of 3 championships, member of 13 All-Star teams, selected as one of the NBA's greatest 75 players ever. Now, the 41-year-old is a member of the Hall of Fame. I mean, let's just start at where we are now, because as we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Just one more time. Can you say that again?
As we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame. When you got the call, what'd you think?
It became real
when
I got the call, you know, and all the memories come back, like everything that you've been through. The moments you wanted to quit, you know, your family, You know, the greatest players that, you know, your favorite players that you've watched have these careers that walked into the Hall of Fame. Everything rushed back. But ultimately, I was just like, are y'all sure y'all got the right number?
Oh, stop.
Y'all
You
sure?
knew you would be first ballot.
I mean, you know, I thought I put a career together that will put me in a place where I could be first ballot, but it's still different when you get that call. It doesn't matter for me. You know, I'm still that kid from Chicago, Illinois, from the inner city.
Wade's drive shaped in part by his early years on the south side of Chicago. He played at Marquette before being drafted by the Miami Heat in 2003. Now, he's a member of a new class, alongside NBA players Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, and Paul Gasol. It's an honor to obviously go into the Hall of Fame, but to go in with Dirk, to go in with Paul Gasol. I mean, the class that you're going in with.
Incredible, bro.
That's some serious company.
Yeah.
Have you stepped back and thought about that part of the story?
Yeah, because it just makes sense. You know, when I first started playing the game of basketball, I remember I came home one day. I had a big game. I had like 20, 25 for me at that time, and my dad was not impressed. And then I came home another time, and I had like 10 points. I had like 10 rebounds. I had like 9 steals, 7 blocks. Like I had a full stat sheet, right? Yeah. And my dad was impressed, and he was like, "This is how you play the game. It's not about your individual stats. It's about what you're doing to impact the game and what you're doing for your team. This is a team sport." And I never forgot that. And so to be able to go through my career and everything I did, the sacrifice I made was for the team. It was always bigger than me. And now I'm a part of this team. This is one of the greatest Hall of Fame classes ever. And what a way to end my career, to be a part of one of the greatest teams ever to go into the Hall of Fame.
Speaking of teams, you played on some legendary ones. You know, 3 championships, but with different squads. Is there a team looking back that you would put up against any other team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, 2012 Miami Heat championship team. We're some bad boys. And the reason we were, because we felt that loss in 2011. We got that humble pie in our face, and that next year, just our mentality, you know, our focus, you know, our team unity was what you need to be in a sense like a dynasty. That's how dynasties have to feel, and they do it year after year. And so, for 2012, with that dude number 6 on that wing, and that dude number 3 on that wing, and that dude number 1, and so forth and so on. We some bad boys.
That was a hell of a squad. You've also played with some of the greats. Not to get you in any trouble. Favorite teammate?
Udonis Haslem.
Really?
Hands down.
Hands down?
Yeah.
Why?
We learned everything together. From, you know, when I came in my first year as the 5th pick, and, you know, he came in as someone who I watched make the team, you know. And for 15 years, all the success, all the culture, all the things we talk about in Miami, we held that up. And we was a part of, you know, of building a lot of that together. I do not have the success I've had today without Udonis Haslem. And, you know, I've had a lot of great teammates along the way, but no one protected me like you did. You couldn't mess with me. Could nobody mess with me, you know, and no one understood me and read me and knew how to approach me and deal with me like you did, man. And so, you know, I'm a firm believer. Yes, I'm here. And yes, my name will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I'm not here by myself. And we all going in the Hall of Fame together. So, UD.
Are there moments from your career that stand out to you? Like you play them back in your mind?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, the Chicago Bull, the game winner, right? Jumped on the table. This is my house. That one plays over and over. The game winner in the Garden, my second year, plays over and over. Hitting the game winner, if you ain't ever hit a game winner in the Garden before, to silence the Garden is one of the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard in my life. The dunk on Virgil.
Oh, yes.
The dunk on Perkins.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Were you at all surprised when a few days ago, Pat Riley said, D. Wade is the greatest player in the history of the Miami Heat? And there have been some other great players who played for the Heat.
Yeah, a lot.
Were you surprised when you heard that?
Absolutely not. I am.
Man, you own it.
Yeah, I own it. I work for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I put 15 years of blood, sweat, and all the tears and everything into it. It's a lot of great players that's come through Miami. It would be a lot of great players. And one day it would be someone else that would challenge it and they would say they're the greatest. But not today. Today is me.
Wade retired from the game in 2019. Since then, he's focused on charity work and various business ventures.
A couple years ago, you became part of an ownership group, part owner of Utah Jazz now.
Yes, sir.
How is that, being a part owner of a team, how has that changed your perspective?
It's changed my perspective a lot because it's a lot that you don't know. You know it from a player's perspective and a player's side. Getting a chance to get on the other side, you get to know the business, how the business actually works. And so now I'm getting a chance to be exposed to the business of the game that has done everything for me, but it's so much I don't know about it still. And so I'm able to get this knowledge and I'm able to take this knowledge elsewhere and pass it down and become a better businessman and become just better in everything I do by making sure that I understand a holistic approach of the game of basketball and not just master one side. I want to master it all.
There's not a lot of folks that look like us that are part of ownership groups of major sports teams.
Yeah.
How do you change that?
By being a part of ownership group, obviously I'm not the majority owner, right? And so, we got to continue to, I think it's building a community together. We always talked about this. We don't do enough together. Our community is not built enough to where we have enough money to be the majority owner of, teams that are selling for $4 to $6 billion.
Right.
And so we got to continue to build our wealth and our economy, right? Before we can, be majority. But right now, I take minority because I'm able to get in there. I'm able to learn.
Wade says he's also learning a lot from his children. He shares a blended family with his wife, actress Gabrielle Union. Wade's daughter Zaya came out as transgender in 2020. Since then, Wade and Union have been vocal advocates for LGBTQ plus rights.
How important is it for that to be a part of your legacy?
I didn't set out for it to be. It's important for me to support my family. It's important for me to support my daughter. And in the middle of doing that, I've become an ally to a community that I didn't know a lot about, that I've had to get educated, about. And it's been amazing for our family to go down the journey together, to get educated together. So this is not something that I thought I would, be an advocate for or an ally for. But it's something I'm so thankful. Like I said to my daughter all the time, I'm so thankful that I'm your father. I've learned so much about love. I've learned so much, just by sitting on my daughter's bed and talking to her for 3 hours, here and there. She educates me. And, my wife and I, we do the work. We show up. I go sit in classrooms, with kids that's a part of the queer community. And to hear them speak, they know themselves more than us adults. At 41, I'm still trying to find myself. They know themselves way more than us. And it's incredible to hear. And so, man, I'm super thankful for the exposure that I've had. I mean, it's all because of my daughter.
Your entire family is here for the induction. Mom's here, Gabrielle, everybody's here.
Yeah.
When you look out and you see them tomorrow, when you give the speech, what are you going to be thinking about?
Just the impact that they all have had on me. You know what I mean? They've all have done something something to help me get on that stage. And, you know, I'm so thankful for my village. And I say I've been gifted with a lot of gifts. But the one gift that I got is I've had good people put around me. And it's not everybody can't say that. I have people who have wanted the best for me, even when I couldn't see it. And so, man, I'm so thankful for my village, you know, because you know how it goes in this world, Craig. The higher you go up, the fall is down there waiting on you. And my village they got pillows, they got blankets, they got sleep number beds, they got everything waiting on me to fall to catch me. And I need that, you know. And also too, they tell me the real, they tell me how it is. And so I wouldn't be here without my village.
Any regrets looking back on the career at all?
You always gonna have something you want to get back.
Yeah.
You know, but overall, I'm happy with my career. How can I not be?
You're going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I don't got no regrets of my career. Yeah, do I want moments back? Yeah, I want moments back. We all do, but I have no regrets. I feel that with the tools that I had from a standpoint as a young man being thrust into this world, I felt I did the best I could. You know, with everything where I come from, and then this world was totally different. I think I did the best I could with trying to be a community leader, trying to be the best father I can be, trying to be the best man I can be. But on the court, you know, I gave everything that I had to the game. I mean, I gave my knees to the game. I have nothing left in these things. And so I gave everything. I gave my heart every night. So I have no regrets, man. You know?
What do you want people to take away from the Dwyane Wade story so far?
Man, I don't know, man. I think, you know, I want people to see me as real. I'm a real individual who deal with real life situations in front of the world, you know, and not perfect. Not perfect at all. Please don't look at me as perfect. But look at me as real. Look at me as a real human being that are dealing with real human experiences. And hopefully someone can grab some inspiration and some aspiration from the things that I've done. Just like I did from MJ, just like I did from AI, just like I did from Magic, just like we have from Barack, right? Like these people who do things that are unconventional. We grab inspiration from them. So I want people to grab inspiration from unconventional Dwyane Wade.
What do you want them to say about the way you played the game?
That I gave my all to it. And at the end of the day, my all landed me 13 All-Stars, 3 championships, top 75, Hall of Fame, and so forth and so on. You can't take it from me. I did it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you.
They're three of the world's most famous brothers, the Jonas Brothers. Kevin, Joe, Nick. The Jonas Brothers have grown up before our eyes.
Welcome to the Jonas family household. This is our life.
Their chart-topping hits are a soundtrack for a generation. This week, they hit the bright lights of Broadway. The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
5-night residency.
5
Broadway.
nights. Yes.
Each night highlighting a different album, including the newest. What can fans expect?
Fans can expect us forgetting lyrics and them helping us.
No. To be clear, Joe forgetting lyrics.
You want to bet on that, Kev? You want to bet on that?
I've done mine. I went to rehearsal last week. I never did Broadway, so this is my debut. This is
Your Broadway debut.
yeah. These guys. Yeah.
Broadway vets.
Yeah, exactly. So
show you the ropes, Kev.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. They're walking me around backstage, but the fact that my kids are able to come to a show like this week and experience this,
Yeah.
it's a whole other reason to do this every day.
Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a show.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
We might break up before the shows are over.
Yeah, exactly.
The fans can expect albums from our past, starting in 2007. Tonight, night one, we're playing a self-titled album, Jonas Brothers, and this is something we thought about, honestly, maybe a month and a half ago. We were thinking how fun it would be to put a show together for fans leading up to our new album, and we've never played a record before releasing it, so this will be the first to play it in its entirety. Yeah. And this theater, it means a lot to us. Nick, when he was, and I'm probably stealing some of your questions, but Nick, when he was it 7, 8 years old?
8.
Well, he was
22 years ago.
He was on that stage performing with Reba McEntire for Annie Get Your Gun. So it's like full circle.
Wow.
I'm back.
It's been a wild ride for the three New Jersey brothers who thrilled fans in 2019 when they famously reunited after a 6-year split. Their new album, called The Album, drops in May. Had the Jonas Brothers not broken up, we wouldn't have this album.
Definitely not.
You might have the Broadway show, but without any new music.
Yeah.
It's all the old music.
All the old.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this new album.
Yeah.
The Album.
The album.
Get the title. What's the story there? How did that come about?
The story is that we kind of sat down and thought of a bunch of different names. And then we thought about the intention of it all. And if we set out to just say, if you're going to listen to any one of our albums, we think this is the album you should listen to. This is the one that is the most quintessential Jonas Brothers, where we are now. And it just felt like the right title.
The album, this morning I'm listening to it, I mean, it does have this sort of retro 70s feel to it. Was that the intention?
We definitely pulled from a lot of inspiration. Working with John Bellion, our producer, in Redder on this project, it was unbelievable. We knew that that's where we wanted to, pull a lot of the inspiration from, but being able to really trust him with this process and help us bring that sound forward and be competitive now in 2023 versus, not just a tribute album to the 70s. This is who we are, and from things like Jefferson Starship, the Eagles, bands we grew up listening to.
The Bee Gees?
The Bee Gees. With our father. Like, we are a band of brothers that sing together in harmony and other things, but also still a band. So what you see on stage in a live format, we really wanted to be able to bring out in the music when you're listening to it as you're driving down the road in your car.
And you guys all live in different cities now, New Jersey and Miami and LA. What was it like physically, just being back in the studio together again as brothers?
Well, we had been playing some shows in Vegas and other places, and we, I think, started to feel that chemistry that only really happens when you're together and playing shows. COVID was tough for everybody, but for our sort of creative journey and chemistry, it was challenging. So getting back on stage, being in front of our fans was the first step. And then I think once we got in the studio, started working with John, we all felt like it was just clicking and all, firing on all cylinders. And the themes too, we spent a lot of time talking about where we were as people first and what we wanted to say. I think one of the things that I love about being in this band with my brothers is that we really get to use our music as a way to express ourselves, and it's really authentic to us. And that shows, from every album we put out and whatever chapter of our journey we were on. But I think this one does a good job of embodying kind of where we are as fathers, where we are as husbands and just brothers, family.
I enjoyed the video for Wings. The music video for Wings off the new album features White Lotus star Haley Lou Richardson, who happens to be a super fan.
She's been a longtime fan and said some really nice things about the band and what it means to her to be a fan now in her adult years as opposed to being a fan when she was a kid. And so when we were thinking of the concept for the video, we all were like, what if we gave her control and let her kind of take the lead here and just do whatever she wanted. She absolutely nailed it. Turns out she has a dancing background, which none of us do, and she's phenomenal. And every interview and thing she said about that experience afterwards has meant the world to us. But it's truly like including a real lifelong fan in our video. So hopefully the fans enjoyed that perspective as well, and it's one of my favorites we've done.
You've got tracks on the album called Vacation Eyes, Little Bird, my personal favorite, being from the South, Waffle House. Favorite songs from this new album? Well, and we'll start with you, Kev.
I think Vacation Eyes. It's a song, it's about finding that love that you find on vacation. Those moments you find that are supposed to only be there on vacation, but you take it home with you and you want to live that moment for the rest of your life. And
Which you did, didn't you?
That's exactly what happened to me. That's where I met my wife. We met in the Bahamas. And,
oh, wow.
On the family vacations. We were young, but it worked out, man.
And he stalked her afterwards.
I did. It was fine.
It worked out.
Hey,
worked
you know
out.
what? Sometimes, no, that's, yeah. It worked.
We'll leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
How about you, Nick?
I've got a couple favorites, but I think Little Bird is probably one of my favorites. Maybe the favorite. As a new father, really meaningful to me. And I think for our fans too, they're at the same kind of places in their lives as we are. And a lot of them having children or have children. And so I think it's really an anthem about what it is to be a parent and that feeling of wanting to protect, your little one. And Kevin has Little Birds tattooed on him, which was kind of the catalyst of the song coming and speaking to John about it. So again, all these really personal themes, and this one just hits home for me.
Joe?
My favorite song on the album changes constantly. I think today it would be Walls. It's our closing song for the album, and we got to share a snippet of it. I actually played the whole song via record player in our Vegas shows. And the song just gets you hyped. And John Bellion is featured on that track. It's the only song we have a feature on. And that one, it's hard to really describe what it's like, but it is epic, and it gets you going.
The Jonas Brothers now gearing up for a new era and taking nothing for granted.
We've already had success and failed, and we've seen what it feels like to fail. And I think now we're just having fun in this chapter where we're getting to do new and exciting things that we dream up and put together in a couple weeks. And we have fans that are so supportive of us, and we feel like it's like weirdly bigger now because we're just having fun as opposed to when we were really stressed about it all working out. And it's a lot more fun.
I think a lot of people would hear you say that you failed and they would disagree with that.
They haven't watched a few of my personal performances then. Certainly had a few therapy sessions that I could include them on, but we can leave that out.
Learning curves.
Learning curves, better way to put it.
We all learn from our mistakes.
Totally, sure.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And, I think the band kind of going off doing our own things and breaking up was really the failure I'm talking about. It's like, it was a win for us as family and important at that time, but what came out of it is is that I think we're all able to look at this and say, what's going to make us happy?
And their families expanded along the way. Kevin, Nick, and Joe, all now dads themselves. Let's talk about the other things that have changed since you guys burst onto the scene. Social media. There was no Instagram, no Facebook, certainly no TikTok back when you guys
we had to keep up these days.
broke through.
I feel like I ran through the ceiling.
It's really changed dramatically the way that you interact with your fans.
Definitely.
How so? How so, Joe?
I think it's fantastic because you're able to connect with fans on a millisecond basis, where when we were starting, MySpace was just beginning. We got 100 followers on MySpace and we were ready to retire. We're like, we did it, guys. We made it. Let's go. I think we even celebrated that night. And now it's so interesting. I mean, for the music industry, it's fascinating and inspiring because people are discovering music way faster and way quicker. Artists that have completely retired or started new careers are having number ones. I find it so wonderful for music in general, and then film and TV. It's really fascinating, and we're just trying to keep up. You know, I think it goes back to what Nick was saying. We just have to have fun in that aspect.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a way for you to really connect with fans and a humanizing level of being like, this is my life. This is what I'm up to. This is what I'm drinking today. Whatever it may be, it's like that easy, simple connection.
What are you drinking today?
I have fluids, waters, tea.
I'm glad you're hydrating.
Yeah.
Glad
Two
you're
coffees.
2 coffees. Don't do a third.
Take a guess. How many?
2 drinks.
No,
Okay, no.
that's not the guess. How many millions or billions of views? Hashtag Jonas Brothers on TikTok, would you guess?
Literally.
8 billion.
Wow.
8 billion.
billion.
Where's the
with a
A-cam?
B.
Do they give you a plaque for that?
$8 billion, yes.
Does that surprise you at all?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something that we go and say, well, how many billions do we have today? But it's inspiring. That's exciting. We're so honored, and I think it's a great way for people to be discovering our new music.
I'm loving the evolution of the Jonas Brothers.
Thank you.
It still seems like it's not lost on you guys how remarkably special this journey's been for you. Like you still seem like you're in the moment.
I do think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves when we were younger to get it all right. You know, I think now we just kind of do what we need to do to have fun and continue making music that we love. And I think that's why it's working.
You know what? I would love for you to join me. You should.
4 months ago, to the day, Janet Jackson invited this girl from Wichita, Kansas, to be her backup dancer on tour.
Well, you didn't have to ask me twice. I am hours away from hitting that stage and living my best life.
That's right, I am on center stage at the Hard Rock Live in Hollywood, Florida.
Hey, baby, it's Janet.
For Janet's opening weekend of her Together Again tour, her first major tour in 4 years.
When fans from all over the country and different cities come to see the show, what do you want them to feel?
Joy, just complete bliss, excitement, I want them to reminisce about great times in their lives when this song comes on, that song comes on. Just happiness. And not to be corny, but it's been such a long time since I've been with the fans. So this is for them.
On that note, how do you feel, especially with a tour like this? Is it exciting? Is it challenging? Is it exhilarating? Maybe all of it?
It's all of that. It really is, especially getting the show together. I love production rehearsals when the stage is up and we get to do the wardrobe changes and really dig into it. And I didn't get as many days as I would have loved to have, so we did like one full dress rehearsal, literally the day before the show. And they worked out fine, and then they went to finish for last night's show.
I was just about to ask you, Janet, what is it about being on stage and performing that you love?
I enjoy it. I enjoy dancing. I enjoy performing for the fans. I enjoy just sharing what I've created. I love putting a show together, creating it with Gil Dual-DeMao, and it just gives me so much joy, and to say, look at what we've created, and I hope that they enjoy it, knowing that I like it and I love performing it. Hope they enjoy it, watching it.
You have so many, songs that fans love, but is there any song in particular that, I guess, when you look out into the crowd and they're singing it back to you, that you feel most connected to them?
Oh my gosh, it's a couple of times in the show that it happens. But I think one of the nicest moments for me is when I do again, and when they sing it to me, and I love that. I can hear them, and that sounds so beautiful to me. Them knowing that melody, thinking, oh my God, how many years ago was it that I wrote that song, and just listening to them, and a melody that you've come up with and lyrics that you've come up with, that you've created, and having this group of people just singing it back to you.
I love that.
It's beautiful.
Is there anything that you do before you hit the stage, when you perform, or a ritual? Is there anything that you say to yourself?
Always pray. We, as a group, we always pray, and I myself, I always give it up to God. I say, God, from this point on, I said, I'm releasing it to you. It's in your hands, and that's who I trust the most.
By the way, I should mention you're letting cameras kind of follow you around for an upcoming documentary. You're still developing this, but we know it involves family, this tour.
Family, the tour. There are some surprises. I think it'll be quite fun. I hope that the audience enjoys it, and I'm so thankful that it was as successful as it was. You're just moseying along for 5 years and talking about your life and friends and family and work and this and that, and it was difficult at times. At times it was a breeze, very cathartic, therapeutic. It's like you were in a session at times, but I enjoyed it.
The press release that they sent out with this new one, it has a picture of the family on the front. It talks about the family, back together for a reunion. Do you think there would be a time when you guys would perform together or get on a stage?
I hope so.
Why do you think now is the time in the season that you're in your life now to share a little bit more of you, or to share some of those things?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not as shy as I used to be, so I'm a little bit more open and just sharing more in my life than I ever did before, and having my own family now, and allowing people to see and understand how we came up and what really was, what really happened, and how it came about, and maybe to help others who want to follow along in that path.
That's the key.
I mean, even though it's a different time now, but still you can take and learn and this and that and apply what might work today with what happened then.
I love that. Do you think people, or do you feel like your fans really know you, or is there still room for us to get to know you?
I think there's still room. a little bit of room, but they know me sometimes better than I know myself.
So we're also celebrating 50 years of your career in entertainment. And I remember when you were on the Today Show, I told you, I talked about the power of representation and the impact you had on, you know, especially brown girls like me growing up in Kansas. And I was thinking about it. I mean, from acting, you know, we saw Penny, you know, on Good Times, Different Strokes. And
New
then,
Kind of Family
yes,
that I did with
yes.
Eileen Brennan and Rob Lowe and
Yes.
Thelma Hopkins.
And then even on, obviously on the singing side, you were cranking out hit after hit after hit. At the time, did you have any idea the impact you were having?
No, I was just doing what I loved and just thankful to God that I was able to do it. No, not thinking of that at all. I was just going and being excited about, okay, what I'm going to do next, what excites me to do next, what influences me, what moves me to do next. I wasn't really thinking about that.
You can be called many things: a singer, Grammy winner, actor, producer, fashion icon, philanthropist, mom. Is there any title that you hold at the top of the list, or do they all have a place in there?
I think they all have a place, but the one that gives me the biggest gratification is mama.
That goes without saying.
I said, mama.
Janet's son, Issa, just turned 6 in January.
What is it about being a mom that just completes you?
Everything. Every when you're tired, when you need a break, I just love it all. I love it all. When you're in that moment, you see something special happens, it's like, oh my God. And I know I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking of one thing in particular. And I'll never forget it. And it was just so beautiful. And I just thought, that's my baby. That's you're making me emotional.
Because I get it. I have 3 little ones. It puts everything in perspective.
That's the highest for me, being a mama.
Okay, so finally, let's talk about tonight. But me being here all started with good old-fashioned Today Show Halloween. Can I tell you what I was thinking, Janet?
Tell me.
Okay, the whole time I was like, I mean, I don't think Janet Jackson would actually be watching the Today Show, but if she is watching the Today Show, I just don't want her to be like, ooh, would that girl please sit down?
No, you know I saw this.
No way.
Yeah, I saw this and I loved it. I saw this and I absolutely loved it. I thought you did a wonderful job.
Okay, so Miss Jackson thinks I did a good job, but I had a month to rehearse that. I now had to learn a new routine in just hours. To help me loosen up, Janet took me to look at her tour wardrobe.
These are the costumes for the show.
Wow. Is it heavy?
No, this is light. Valentino did this for me. This is light. This is my opening cat suit. They did this cape. Pia Paolo did. This is heavy. It makes me feel very, very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. And he also did, how gorgeous is this?
I would wear this. Can I wear this?
Yeah, once I finish with
Okay,
it, sure.
good. There you go.
I need it until
Seriously,
then.
like the shoulder, like the cut of it.
It's beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
It's beautiful with
Gorgeous.
this skirt.
Ooh.
Look at that. And then the inside, it's beautiful, and it's got weight
That's
to
what I was
it.
about to say. It feels kind of
Yeah.
heavy.
And then Christian did this. Christian Soriano did this for me.
Ooh.
This is the more, a little lighter part of the show. And it's
Love.
he did it so quickly, and it fits so nicely. It just hugs your body, and easy to dance into. And Christian, he's been a friend of mine for a good while. Christian Louboutin, and I just called him up and I said, "Mama needs some new shoes."
I mean, if Mama needs new shoes, these aren't bad. Do you ever want to keep some things? Like some of these, I would want to keep, like this, or the boots,
It's
or
beautiful.
Or do you let it go?
Well, when I did the auction, I let everything go, but there was one thing I didn't let go.
What was that?
And that was my original. I had 2 original Rhythm Nation costumes. And one of them that I wore, I let go. And the other original, I kept for my baby.
That's worth it.
For my
Oh,
baby.
that's sweet.
And if he wants to throw it out,
He's
then
not gonna
he
throw it
can.
out.
once Janet had calmed my nerves from an 11 to about a 10.5, it was time for her to take me to meet my fellow dancers.
This is our path. You see all this glow tape in there.
Is it
crew
at least
guys.
a little lighter than this when you're doing
No,
this?
it's darker than this.
Oh my God.
All you see are silhouettes. So I'm gonna sit out.
Okay.
I'm gonna, as you say, release you
Yeah,
into the
release
wild. Give it up to God the way I do every night. It's in His hands. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm a step out.
Okay.
All right. Have fun.
All right.
But right now, fun was feeling more like fear. But I had to put those nerves aside.
5, 6, 7, 8. Lost a little bit.
And then I found out Janet wanted me to come out during Together Again, the encore song.
Crazy!
This was huge. She trusted me. I had to nail it.
I'll just go upstairs and practice that little thing.
I spent the next 2 hours practicing in my room until it was showtime.
You're gonna do well.
And suddenly my nerves melted away and I just embraced the magic of the moment. And the next thing I knew, I was dancing with Janet Jackson.
Go on, sit down. All my love's for you. Always been true. And you told me never, but I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes he'll whisper, no more pain, no worries. Will you ever see my baby?
It was surreal. One of the best days of my life. See, I'm gonna do the ugly cry when this is all over.
But just like her music, Janet just wanted me to smile to the very end.
Shall we talk about Princess Power now?
Let's talk about it. Definitely.
That is Princess Power, the new Netflix kids show produced by Savannah and actress Drew Barrymore, jumping in to help your friends no matter their differences.
For me, it's fun because it shows little girls, listen, you can still be sparkly and dazzling, but you can also be brave. You can be a good friend. You can be a good leader.
You get an A+, Chanel. Yeah. The one thing you said that spoke out the most to me is being a good friend and how I do consider that a superpower. Nothing makes me happier than when I can be there for a friend or a friend is there for me. That is so important. And girls, you know, some are sparkly and princessy and some are more, you know, tomboyish and like sporty.
And that's okay.
And so I think this speaks to everyone. And it was time to have an all-girls cast also, which I love this. I love Savannah's books. I love Savannah and Allie's books so much. So the fact that Netflix wanted to make them into a television series was major. It's like Netflix.
I know, we're dying when it goes dun dun. We're like, it's happening.
I felt that way watching it. I'm like, it's happening. I remember Savannah talking about the book.
I know. And also, we have kids, so we're parents who know what it's like to try and curate the watch list for your kids. And I feel so proud, and I never would have imagined in my life that now we would be providing a show for kids, parents, a family to watch. That is so cool.
I love how it's a
empowering to girls individually, but collectively. These girls are not in competition. They are supporting each other. One has a talent, the other has a challenge. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends, that tribe, mom friends, friends, work friends. This is how we thrive.
Savannah recognized the need for a new approach to princesses when her own daughter, Vale, went through her princess phase. It would inspire her to write what would become the New York Times best-selling book series, Princesses Wear Pants.
Before this, if you just say the word princess, I automatically have this vision in my head of what a princess is supposed to be, right? This almost kind of starts to change the narrative of what a princess can be.
I agree. When we wrote the books, there was almost a movement, an anti-princess thing, because I think people, a lot of women were rebelling against all this like frilly kind of same old princess idea.
Don't write me off.
Yes, but what we were trying to say is you can be frilly, you can love clothes, you can be razzle-dazzle, you can have the glitter, but make sure you have substance on the inside. So sparkle on the outside, sparkle on the inside. It's not just what you wear, it's who you are, it's what you do. That's why the central line from the book was like, I wear pants because I have things to do.
Ooh, I like
I'm on
that.
a mission, I got things to do. And I think that's what we're trying to do is find that sweet spot where girls can enjoy the princesses. Look, we loved princesses as little girls. I know your daughter did, my daughter did, your daughters did. That's okay, we love princesses, but make sure there's something behind it as well.
And I think there are princesses out there who are associated with strength. I like that you can have the frilly and the sparkly, but also know that you can get the job done, work with your friends, and do everything. You know, all kids should be given the message that like they're capable of anything. So I think every generation needs, you know, role models that sort of speak to everything, but really lead with capacity.
What about Ever After?
That changed my life.
Wanting to be a different kind of princess is not new to Drew, who in 1998 starred in a Cinderella adaptation called Ever After.
I thought, oh, you're the princess, you wait to be rescued. That's how the fairy tale goes. And the film is about, no, you rescue yourself. You want the fairy tale, but you get yourself to that fairy tale. And that was a game changer for me. It really changed the trajectory of my life. I loved Pippi Longstocking. I love Princess
Pippi
Wear
Longstocking
Pants.
is coming into your world. All the
It's
things.
like we, you know, as girls needed to be told that we could do anything. And that is really important. And the same with like a Charlie's Angels. You never have to also not like boys, include boys, but the girls can get it done.
The fact that this went from book to TV is a living, breathing example of what the show is all about, which is female friendship and cooperation and being stronger together. Because, of course, I love our books. We don't get to be a Netflix show without Drew Barrymore coming to me and saying, well, I love these books. What if we try to make it a show? Let's hold hands and do it together. Let's be producers together.
And without the books, we wouldn't. And by the way, we met so early on the books.
We did?
I'll
Oh,
never forget
I
that
don't think
meeting
the
with
second one
Ember
was
and
yeah.
Allie. Yeah, the second one hadn't come out yet.
Yeah.
I knew that there was something amazing there. And it's true. I think I have had some strange confidence, because I'm not a confident person, but I've had some strange confidence that hasn't been squandered in this world, that believed I could go after things. And that's what Savannah's books are about. And we have to cultivate that with young girls and boys, is not dim that light of confidence. That's what helped me like go after things, because I have just as many insecure, negative thoughts, bad self-talk, you know, as any person. I don't know where I got the confidence to go. It's like mostly in work and with friends, you know.
Did you add a little bit of your personalities to any of the characters, or do you see yourself in any of the characters?
I am Miranda Mellon, head mistress of the Adventure Academy, and you are
Susie Seed Planter. They let me do a cameo. I got to name her. She's a reporter. So
we did our sessions together too, which was really fun.
How was that in real life?
Well,
we have footage
yeah,
of
we
it.
do have footage. Drew gave me acting tips. Now look, you don't have to be a great actor to play a reporter, but we had fun.
I feel like everybody has to ask you this question because you just have to. A superpower, if you had a superpower, what would it be?
I feel like waking up in the morning and smiling might be, or waking up early in the morning.
That's your superpower? But you do that now.
That's what I'm saying. That is my superpower. I thought, what's my wish?
This is like a
Oh, wish fulfillment.
This is like for kids. And
okay, wait,
I think
okay.
Chanel's thinking think bigger.
Yes, he's thinking. You're like, that's what you want to do?
All the powers. Most people are like, I want to fly. I'm going to be able to
I thought you said, what is your superpower? I'm like, that's
hearing.
my superpower. Waking up and not being grouchy. What is our dream superpower?
Yeah, dream superpower.
Have you thought about this?
Well, I have a selfish one and an altruistic one. My selfish one is that I could read like a book every single day for the rest of my life.
Okay.
A speed reading.
That sounds kind of like Savannah's.
That would be a good talent. I don't have that talent.
I feel like you could do that. That's
It takes me several days to read a book if I like, but if I sat down and all day and read the book, I could probably read it. This is boring.
Okay.
Anyway, my superpower would be, again, I would just be available when any of my friends needed me. Like,
you guys are both such beautiful humans.
That's it.
Well, I was going to say I would like to teleport, and never commute again.
Oh!
Yeah,
avoiding traffic. I want your acting
Nope,
chops
you get-
and your superpower.
No, you're reading the book.
And now
I'm
I'm
flying.
basically doing your job. I guess I just want to be you.
Stop.
No, but it's true.
No.
Have your
That's
kids
better.
seen the project? What did they think?
Yes, my daughter. So it's funny because the books came about because she was 3 or 4 at the time and was really into princesses. Within the last, I would say 3-4 months, at 8 years old, she's told me that she does not like princesses anymore. Bad timing for her. But she watched it and she actually said, Mom, I do like this. She enjoyed it. Charlie liked it. And he's a boy. He didn't like anything. It's not, there's something for everyone. It's fun. So I think they were a pretty good focus group. A little tough, maybe.
Yeah.
Also, if Vale wasn't into princesses, none of us would be sitting here.
That's true.
So,
And
origin story.
Yeah, that's how it started.
Princess Power has a dream cast, including legendary EGOT winner and icon Rita Moreno.
Penny, I'm not.
When they said Rita Moreno was going to be in this show, she's playing Grand Lady Busy Boots, who's like the matriarch and the queen of the Pineapple Kingdom. I mean, you could wipe me off the floor of shock and joy.
Savannah and Drew have been fast friends for over 8 years.
Yeah, but how did this and where did this happen?
Love at first sight.
It was Love at First Sight.
We
It
met,
happened just like
boom.
this.
We were doing a piece.
On your memoir.
Yeah.
I came to interview you.
And it was the electric connection.
Did you say, hey, like, I really like this. Do you want to?
I think Drew was like, when are we going out? Here's my text.
So you didn't even have to.
I
do
also
that.
have the picture of our first meeting together in a picture frame at work. So I look at it every day, and you can see I'm like beaming next to her. Like I made a friend today.
We
That
had a
is so
soul
sweet.
connection. And Drew cultivates her friendships. She waters those flowers. It means a lot to her. And so
do you.
We kept in touch and we meet. We hang out.
We'll go out for a drink after work, or I've come to your house for the weekend. We're hanging out today
That's so
after
beautiful. And now-
work.
Should we
And
tell her
now
what
you-
we're doing?
Yeah, go for it. What are you doing?
Do it.
Tell me.
We're getting a tattoo. Today.
Like you're gonna have one half and then she has the other?
No. Oh, maybe if there's time.
She has a very special one that she's getting.
And Drew has, You
And,
are
mine's very
experienced.
yeah, this is my like 11th or 12th, and this is your.
I've never had a tattoo. I know, it's really scary. I can't believe I'm doing it. I mean, I haven't told anyone.
So by the time this piece airs, will you be tatted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so exciting.
I know.
Especially because I'm so in love with what you're getting.
I know, it's a nice idea, and it's very low key.
It's so meaningful that it like brings you to your knees.
Oh.
It's so good.
Can't wait. I could talk to you guys all day. Before I let you go, Drew, your talk show, The Drew Barrymore Show, was just renewed for a 4th season. Congratulations.
When I was at your birthday party on New Year's Eve, I was speaking to all of the people that run your show, and I was like, you know what, man? We were all saying it's such a blessing to be here. These are not easy shows to do. They have our heart. If we can keep it, shaken up in the way that it speaks to the many different tones of a human life, that is where I want to be in my real life right now. I want to figure out how to live a life. I want to hear good pop culture. I want to see wonderful things. I want to deal with feelings and navigate the world we're living in. I want all the things. And so if we can just be a little mixed bag ourselves, I'll be very happy.
Drew works so hard on the show. She pours her whole self and her whole heart into it. I remember the time you said, let's meet for coffee. I have something to tell you.
You were the first person I told.
She said, I got a show. I know how much it means to you.
But I think Savannah's books really sparked that idea of we need the green light. We need the green light as girls that we can do not only anything, but things in general.
And do it on your terms. Be a princess who wears pants. There is no rule book. Do it just the way you want to do it. Be yourself and pursue your dreams. That's what it's all about. Let's go!
You did it!
And we're wearing pants.
I won't let her throw her life away. We need to trick her into dumping him. As much as this will pain us both, we have to call a truce to make this work.
You have to be in lockstep.
Hey! Did you make a pact to not murder each other until you murder me first? We are here for you, my love.
Yes, we're in lockstep.
Yeah.
Ticket to Paradise is Julia and George's first romantic comedy together and their 6th collaboration.
You clean up pretty good.
It's a friendship that has spanned 2 decades. So you guys, when you say you're friends, it's more than friends, really. I mean, you have a lot of friends in Hollywood, I'm sure, but this sounds like it's definitely next level.
Well, we've been friends a long time.
Yeah.
I mean,
long time.
She comes over to the house in Italy with the kids and stuff, and we've had, we've been together, we've worked together a lot.
Yeah.
I got to produce a film that she was nominated for an Oscar for. And,
I was in the first movie he directed.
How is that being directed by George Clooney?
yeah, come on, how is that?
You know, it's interesting because, no, I'm going to say this. I remember something so clearly because it's like, I think it's my opening scene, and I'm sitting in a booth at a restaurant, and I have this big hat on and red lipstick. He was very specific. I loved how specific he was and clear. I mean, that's what an actor wants more than anything, is just like a clear understanding with the director of what they want and what is expected. And he just would see me as just an actor when we were at work and talk to me as an actor and have these expectations. And it wasn't it wasn't that same like just casual.
Right.
Oh, hey, Jules, so why don't you do this? It was like, okay, I want this to be just like this.
Wow.
And it was really special. And I also, that it was his first movie and that I got to be a little part of it, I felt.
It was fun.
It really.
We had a really good time.
We did have a good time.
This whole movie, obviously, is a movie about parents who are upset that their daughter is marrying someone who they don't think is right for her. And
Before they even meet him.
Before they even
let's
meet
just
him.
say.
Yeah, everything was too fast, too far away. Like I was feeling the parents in the beginning. When you saw the script, were you like, this is us?
We both said, well, if you do it, I'll do it. Because it's sort of it is really the only way you could see it working.
But it was, I mean, it's a miracle that it all came together.
Yeah.
Okay, best part about working with Julia Roberts on this movie? Go.
The money. Well, I will be honest, which I don't like doing.
He doesn't, and I don't like when you are honest.
You don't like it because I'm nice sometimes, and that's a terrible.
Throws me.
She's a great friend, and she is, on top of all of the things that we all know she is, and everyone knows she is. She also is a very, very good friend, and so it's really fun to work with people that are truly good friends.
And Julia, best part of working with George on this movie?
Now I've cornered you. Now.
I know you have cornered me. I'm going to say this because George and I don't like to say that we're very much alike, but we do have the same like
beard.
How much time do we have here? We're gonna get like 3.5 questions out. We have the same energetic spirit.
Yes.
At home, and not. I said that like we live together.
We do live together, which is a very weird for my wife and Danny.
But at work, we both really like a joyful, exuberant work experience, and we take that sort of leadership very seriously in a way, to be relaxed, to make other people relaxed and happy. And so being together on set is such in a way, it's a continuation of our real life together, which is just singing songs and carrying on. And
I don't know how y'all didn't crack up through each take. I mean, I watch you two, and the banter seems like it's happening in that moment.
You learned that to make me look bad.
You don't need my help there.
Are y'all ad-libbing some of that, or is it all?
Not much.
Well, no, we had a fair amount of ad-libbing, especially in the drunken scenes.
Yeah.
But what it would be, too, is when they would put us with a group of people, like at the graduation, where we sort of have an audience, then we can't be stopped because we feel it's our responsibility. They have to sit there all day to entertain them. And so we had a different searing joke at each other.
Yeah, there were a couple where, you do it and then we both stop and like go, is this the step too far?
This is too mean.
And we finally ended our friendship.
What was your first impression once you saw it all come together?
I thought, it just felt like a salve. And an hour and a half salve.
I remember you saying to me though, when we saw it, and you go, "You're so mean to me."
I was shocked, actually.
Really?
I had
Yeah.
forgotten how really some of it was kind of searing.
Ma'am, I need to sit somewhere else.
I'm sorry, it's a full flight.
We used to be married.
The worst 19 years of my life.
We were only married for 5.
I'm counting the recovery.
And because I've gotten away from it and George hasn't said anything mean to me in a week, I was like,
I could do it now.
Well, there are the meanie parts, which are fun to watch, and there's also the kissing part. Is it awkward to kiss your dear, dear friend?
It is when my wife and kids come by to visit. Remember?
that was the first day they came to visit. It's like, Papa, oh, Auntie Juju. It's like, get him out, get him out.
It's really bad. What are you doing, Papa? What is that?
No, they didn't see
They
it.
didn't see it?
They were around.
Who wants ice cream?
Do y'all laugh when you're kissing? Is it funny or is it, are you trying to?
Yeah, we laughed. It was funny.
Wait,
It
Julia,
made us
tell me.
laugh. Yeah, it was.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, because listen, it is like kissing your best friend. And
Well,
then,
thanks for that.
And then.
I was the
wait,
2-time sexiest
then
man
you go,
alive.
wait, my best friend's George Clooney.
Yeah, come
Maybe
on,
I better
man.
tune in a little bit, but then you just can't.
My favorite.
Boy, you really helped my reputation.
What about from your end?
From my end?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really kiss from my end. We were doing it right on the lips.
Open that door, Hoda.
No, it was fun. Look, we knew what we were going to do. We knew what the job was, and it's funny. We were very professional, but it does make you laugh.
And that was the day, too, that the first time in my 30 years in show business, I had a 3:30 call. Never.
3:30 a.m.?
Uh-huh.
That's when you get up every day,
I know,
isn't it?
that's our speed. So
Okay.
wait, what was it?
This is not my speed. And I'm an early riser. And I was like, 3:30, are you sure about this? Because they wanted the sun to be rising while we were kissing and this whole thing. And so I think it was also a ploy of All's. He thought if we're exhausted, if he has us tired enough in that moment, that we might be serious.
Yeah, he was wrong.
It was beautiful. By the way, my favorite part of the movie, so many great parts, but y'all with your drunky monkey dance.
Dad, please stop doing that.
Oh, yeah!
People are looking.
Was
I
a
thought
10
there was some
plus.
Come on, I thought that was some good dancing, didn't you? I mean,
I kind of did. I was kind of into it.
Those were our moves, man.
For real?
Well,
Yeah.
actually, if you think of it, like about 20 years ago when we were doing Oceans, we had a party, remember, in Vegas?
Uh-huh.
Pretty much the same moves.
They were the same moves, to different effect, and
Yeah.
we were actually drunk.
Y'all did look drunk in that
Yeah.
thing. It looked like you were really putting them down. Was there any ounce of those drinks that were actually real beverages?
No.
No.
I've never done a film with Julia that I was sober. I don't think ever, really. It's hard, They're like, you're going to kiss Julia.
Just leave the bottle.
Just leave the bottle. No, there was no drinking, although when we watched it, we thought we were.
I was really impressed with how drunk and loopy, and I think that was some of our best acting.
Well, the young kids just were they were shockingly embarrassed.
The first take watching us, because All was like, okay, I'm not even going to pretend to tell you guys what to do. Just stay in
watch.
this area. And we sort of took off, and
they were like,
they were stunned. They were paralyzed.
We thought we were really funny, and they didn't. Remember, they were just kind of staring at us like we were in the zoo, and we were like, pretty funny, huh? And they're like, oh my God.
You're like, they're rolling a camera on you guys, right? Everybody's going to see it.
Dinosaur move. I am praying for an asteroid.
They can see what it's like to get old, and it's terrifying them,
got twins that you have that are, don't tell me, did I read right? They're going to college?
Well, they are seniors in high school. They
So-
will be 18 in November.
Oh my word. How are you feeling about that? Your kids going off to college?
You know, I have feelings about it.
Yeah.
But you know, the nice thing is that the 5 of us in my family, I think we all have very similar feelings about it right now. So it's not like, you know, it's just
can't
me.
wait to get away.
Yeah, it's not like just me going, oh my gosh, you guys are going
Yeah.
off to school. I think everybody kind of feels like, wow, we can recognize these moments together as these really big page turners, you know, and so it's nice that we're having that experience together.
And speaking of twins, your twins are 5, right?
5, yeah.
Did I read that they are now speaking Italian?
French.
Italian and French?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Teaching them all
This is
kinds?
stupid. I mean, honestly, I've done dumb things in my life. We all know that. This is the dumbest.
But it is astonishing. First of all, they're such lovely kids.
Yeah.
They're just so sweet, lovely kids. And my kids
Adore them.
Adore them.
Yeah.
Because they're just these little sweet balls of hilariousness, especially Alexander. But if I speak Italian and George speaks English and you're one of George's kids, they will speak in Italian and then speak in English and then speak in Italian and then speak in English and go back and forth. And it's like, wait a minute.
Do you speak all those languages?
No. It's a disaster. Every time they talk to each other in Italian when I'm talking to them, like, what'd you say? So you know it's a conspiracy.
And it's a twin thing anyway. Like aside from the language thing, it's a twin thing.
This has been a disaster. What's happened to me?
Do you know you are sitting next to a man who has never been in an argument with his wife?
Well,
I've been in an argument with you though, so it works out.
His work wife.
But do you find that like shocking?
No.
You don't?
I don't.
Tell me.
guys don't fight.
Because I don't fight with
You
my
don't
husband
fight
either.
with your husband either.
They don't fight.
How do you resolve conflicts? Like how do
We
you?
just don't fight. It's just not how we communicate with each other. It's not.
Yeah.
It's never been
your language
called for. It has never been our language.
But you just have ways of resolving conflicts in your house through just regular conversation and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, I also think, you know, every once in a while, luck plays in a part in all
Yeah.
this. You know, I feel very lucky that I met Amal, and I feel very lucky, sort of late in life for me, that you know, the things that you used to as a young person, you know, guys in particular, I think you would defend in a way that you don't have to when you're older. You know, I know how lucky I am to be with Amal. So if we're going to paint the wall yellow, and I think it's a really dumb color, who cares?
Who cares?
And when you're 28, you might, and you want to fight about those things. So many things in life that I think when you're young you would fight about. You know, when you get old, like Julia, you don't fight so much.
I think having kids, I mean, I have obviously kids later in life too. I've got a 5 and a 3-year-old. I feel like I'm a different parent than I would have been. I feel like I feel like I'm just a better person. I get scared sometimes, if I'm being totally honest, about being my age.
You do.
And sometimes I get afraid about what's ahead. Like sometimes when I think about milestones, I just hold my breath and think, please God, like let me, I want to witness that.
Yeah.
I want to see that. Do you ever have those?
No, I kind of like the idea of being sort of out of it when like my daughter starts to date. I'd like it to be like, huh? She did what? Huh? I think I'm be comfortable with that. I really do. Papa, I want you to meet. He's a drummer in a band. How about? I like toast. I'm okay with it.
No, I think, but here's the thing, the truth is, because we all, no matter how old we are, George being the oldest of us, it doesn't, you know, they have chosen us in this moment to be their stewards and their shepherds in this life experience. And, you know, it all happens when we're ready. I met Danny when I was ready. You met Amal when you were ready. It's like, and then we call these children into our lives when we're ready to best partner with them. And so I mean, sometimes I get gripped with fear of blowing it. And sometimes I've just said to my kids, like, so today, me as a mom, can we just can we just take that off the board?
Erase it.
Because I blew it.
I remember Bono would talk about his kids, and he said, I had a conversation with him once where he said, they're like 15, and he said, now we're about to get to the age where you're just gonna, for no reason at all, hate me. You're gonna hate me for like 5 years.
Yeah.
You're just gonna be against me. And he goes, and then you're gonna come back and you're gonna think I'm kind of cool, and we're gonna get along really well, and we're gonna have a great life. He goes, can we just skip those
The middle
years?
part.
I like that idea.
I do too.
I think there are so many parts. I mean, I don't want to dwell on parenting, but I'm just kind of in the middle of it. And since I'm sitting with both you guys, I feel like I have certain things I try to teach my kids. And one of them is when they don't know something or they feel stupid, instead of saying, either ignoring it or saying, being embarrassed about it, we have something that we say, and it is, I guess I haven't learned that yet. And
that's nice.
Yeah, it's like a small thing, but little bits and pieces. Are there things that you've tried to teach your kids that you hope that they will carry with them as they head off into the world, into college?
Well, I mean, my kids are a little older, and I feel like the one thing that we've always tried to instill in them is to just remember who you are when you're out in the world. Remember that you, as one person, are representing 5 people, and just to conduct yourself in that same way that you would when we're all together, when you're by yourself out in the world. So, and I think that's, not only does it make you feel like you're not so all alone out in the world, it does kind of remind you to just be that much more thoughtful or that much more helpful if you can be.
Beautiful. George, what about for you?
I guess I haven't learned that.
I knew you were going to say it. I was waiting for it. Oh, I love that you did it.
You're gonna tee it up for me. I'm gonna take it.
I just knew it.
God, I love this friendship so much. Okay, so we looked up your zodiac signs. You're a Taurus, you're a Scorpio. Okay, so here's what it says.
The really weak signs.
They are opposite signs in the zodiac, giving them a special complex connection. They can combine to make a whole, each partner's strength balancing the other's weaknesses.
Quiet.
Taurus and Scorpio have tons in common, but because their personalities are both so powerful, they often swing between passionate love and passionate disagreement. Do you think, is there any truth to that?
There was till the end. We don't disagree. The only things we disagree on is one for the road. No, one time I got up, I had to leave dinner. Okay.
What are you gonna tell? I don't even know what story
one time I had to leave dinner because I had to work the next day. And we're all sitting there at dinner, and we're having a beautiful dinner and drinks and having this great time. And I said, I'm so sorry, I really have to leave. And I get up in this nice restaurant, and I start walking out, and George goes, quitter! Julia Roberts is a quitter!
Yeah, you gotta throw her under the bus every once in a while.
Yeah.
Somebody has to throw her under the bus. Everybody's, oh, Julia. No.
So
That's what you do.
Those are our disagreements.
I love that. Do y'all think you'll be working again together in a movie?
It's not gonna happen. I've learned my lesson. It took 5 or 6 times, but I've learned. No.
Meanwhile, he's put me in his contract. He can't live without me on screen.
Of course not.
Yeah, why not?
She's also the best available, really.
Available.
I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Go
It's so
take
fun
a nap
to,
now.
I know, it's fun to watch.
We wear you out.
high-profile movies are just now being rolled out. Among the first is the romantic comedy Notting Hill. It tells the story of an unlikely romance between the world's most famous actress, played by Julia Roberts, of course, and a shy London bookseller, played by Hugh Grant.
The thing that is so irritating is that now I'm so totally fierce when it comes to nudity clauses.
You actually have clauses in your contract about nudity?
Definitely. You may show the dent of the top of the artist's buttocks, but neither cheek. Or if there's a stunt bottom being used, artist must have full consultation.
You have a stunt bottom?
Well, I could have a stunt bottom, yes.
Wow, and are people tempted to go for better bottoms than their own?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Julia Roberts, good morning. Nice to see you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Gee, what original question could I ask you? You play a world-famous movie star, Anna Scott. Could you relate to her? I'm kidding. Poor Julia.
People don't realize we just had this conversation. We were chatting about this.
Well, people don't probably realize that you've been asked over and over again about the parallels between this woman you play, who's gracing every magazine cover in the world, and your real life. When you were first approached about this, I understand you thought the idea stunk. And then as you read the script, you thought, I could really do this. What was it about the script that made you think you could take the plunge?
Well, because I felt that the story was so beautifully constructed, and I felt that really the idea of her being a famous actor was just a great contrivance to show real extremes of people's lives and how to make things that are so drastically different work. Because I think these two characters are different on so many levels, culturally and just sort of their upbringing and all that, separate and apart from their jobs.
They really are. I mean, she's like the princess of popular culture. He hasn't heard of anything. I mean, he's been basically living under a rock. A few of the things I was like, oh, come on, you've heard of that. But he really is sort of disengaged from what's going on in the world.
Yeah. But I just loved it. I loved it. And Richard Curtis is a brilliant writer. And he really constructed a story that I just felt I wanted to participate in telling.
He wrote 4 Weddings and a Funeral, right? And a lot of the movie really is sort of ensemble acting. Was that fun for you, working with these actors?
Well, it was fun. It was daunting in a way, because we'd all be, sitting around this table, and I'm telling you, English people can say anything and sound clever, charming, and just so smart.
Right.
And then I would sort of open my nasal mouth and be like, what are you talking about,
And every time I get my heart broken, the newspapers splash it about as though it's entertainment. And it's taken 2 rather painful operations to get me looking like this.
Really?
Really.
No, nice try, gorgeous, but you don't fool anyone.
Just to sit there at that table and sort of watch them each have their shining moment was so exciting as an actor, just to witness.
There is sort of a moment of truth there about celebrity, and I'm sure you've been talking about this ad nauseum and about some of the downsides of celebrity status. Do you think a lot of people, though, will see this movie, and obviously Anna Scott is experiencing the downside of being famous, but they might kind of say, boo-hoo?
Well, I kind of said boo-hoo to her. But at a certain point, you have to realize that she's doing the best that she can. And if the best that she can do is to be a little whiny or to not take the highest road with a situation, that's okay. I mean, it's not my place. It's just not anyone's place to judge her experience, because I think where she's at in her life, she hasn't really come to terms with how famous she is or the opportunities that she's given. And I think by the end of the movie, she's really getting there.
But it also is true that while most famous people wouldn't trade it, there are things about it that are really difficult at times, without sounding whiny.
Yeah, there are things that are more challenging than other things, and things that test the patience more than other things. But all workable, all achievable. I had someone say to me the other night at the premiere, I'm dressed to the teeth, I'm there with my man, my hair looks fabulous, and she said,
could you tell us about the downside of fame? I said, baby, look at me. You see a downside? Like, what are you talking about? And it really is all about the way you choose to view it.
You're doing another movie with Richard Gere. I'm sure that every person in America has asked you this as well, but it's called Runaway Bride. It is not Pretty Woman 2, but it really is just teaming up the two of you again, and Gary Marshall as well. Are you happy with it?
Well, I haven't seen it, but we sure had a lot of fun making it.
Was it like the old days, or?
Well, no, because the difference between being 20 and being 30 is vast. I'm like a different person now. And so it was really interesting on a Freudian level, where I've become very kind of the pop psychologist, you know. So on that level, I was fascinated at every turn. And it was nice because we had some of the same cast that we had in Pretty Woman came in and did things for us. Hector Elizondo.
The guy from the Ginkgo biloba commercials now. I love him.
Oh, Hector. Yeah.
He's always talking about Ginkgo biloba now.
He's
But
also
anyway,
on Chicago Hope.
I know.
I know.
More important.
Nice.
We digress. The movie's called Notting Hill. Julia Roberts, it's really fun talking to you. And we'll be back in a moment. Julia and I are going shopping, though.
This was our biggest problem on the show, is backwards walking. Jenna?
Yes?
It's Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, hi.
Hi. Remember we said we were going to have coffee today?
Oh, gosh, am I late?
What do you think?
Okay, I'm on my way right now.
Oh.
Sorry I'm late. I'll be right there.
Fantastic.
Oh, looky who's here.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
How are you? Don't hit your head. Mwah.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for meeting me for a little coffee.
You're really overdressed for just coffee.
Well, you know what?
You
I
look
came
very
straight from
elegant.
the show.
Oh.
But also, I knew there'd be pickles involved. Hi.
Okay.
Sure, I'd love a coffee.
Me too, I love a coffee.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You
So, have you had a coffee already this morning?
I've had 3 coffees. How many have you had?
I've had one espresso. Every day starts with espresso.
But it didn't always used to.
It didn't always. For years, I used to do jokes about I thought coffee people were so weird. What is this drink you have to drink? Why? I can't talk until I've had my coffee. Why? Because I just got up. Yeah? I feel tired when I get up. Yeah, we all do.
So, okay, you didn't drink coffee, and yet you pitched a show.
Well, I was drinking it at that point. That's where I got the idea for the show. I went, this is a fantastic drink. It gets people so chatty. This is great.
Now, there's something that must be open-minded about you, because to go from a no coffee person to a coffee person takes, I feel like most people stick in one lane.
Yeah, I think I am pretty open-minded. I have done a lot of very weird, different things. I have explored a lot of avenues in my journey to perfect the human system.
And have you perfected it?
Pretty close.
You look perfect. You look great.
No, I feel like I'm 68, and I feel pretty good.
To celebrate the 10th anniversary of Jerry Seinfeld's hit show, Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee, he's releasing the Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee book, which takes readers behind the scenes of some of the most iconic episodes. Let's talk about this show and this book. I heard that the most nervous you were, which kind of makes sense, was when you went to interview President Obama at the White House.
Right.
Your producer said you were a little scared.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I was kind of representing every comedian that ever lived.
Yes.
And I was getting to do something that no comedian has ever done, which is do a little funny bit in the Oval Office.
Yes.
Which I don't think anyone's ever done.
Did Dana Carvey never do that?
Not in the real Oval Office.
Yes.
I don't think so. But it was a bit, knocking on the window.
Yes.
And sitting on the chair.
And I heard that the Secret Service were the ones that told you to go knock on the window. I mean, you were behind the bushes and knocked on the window.
No, I knew I was going to knock on the window. I had asked them.
Is that
They
okay?
said, could I do, I asked, I don't remember whose idea it
Yeah.
was, but they said, yeah, you could do that.
Were you-
Which I couldn't believe they were going to let
I
me
know.
do that.
Thank you.
And I thought, this is a great opportunity in the history of comedy, you know,
Yes.
to knock on the window of the Oval Office while the president's working.
Thank you. And also, there's lots of Secret Service
Yeah.
that are hanging out there.
Yeah.
So it was a kind of a risk to your to your safety, right?
Why would I be scared
Well, what
of
if
them?
one Secret Service man didn't know that Jerry Seinfeld was popping up behind the bushes knocking?
I trust the Secret Service.
This show is, you said, is kind of like a Valentine,
Yes.
like a funny Valentine to
yes.
comedians.
Yes.
Why?
You know, let me tell you what it's like to be a comedian.
Okay.
It's the greatest life if you can manage it.
Yes.
So the hard part is the comedian part.
Yes.
Making people laugh every night is hard. But if you have that, if you can do that, the rest of your life, you're with comedians.
Yes.
And this becomes a gigantic component of your life and is equally as enjoyable. So I wanted people to see this other side. You know, I would say my life is 25% doing comedy,
Yes.
75% hanging out with comedians.
Hanging out with funny people.
Yes.
So you're constantly laughing.
Yes.
But I guess what surprises me about the show is that it is hilarious, which
Thank you.
people would expect, but it's also kind of human and
Mhm.
lovely and touching. There were moments where you want to kind of tear up, and I guess y'all are people. But that part surprised me.
Well, we are people, but we're not normal people. We're all, and what I have found is the gene is kind of the same,
Yeah.
but it gets implanted in all these different types of people. But the essential gene, the comedy gene, is the same. And so it became a study of that, or kind of an exploration of that. Look at all these different people that are all very different, and they all have this little thing.
Yeah.
This little, I don't want to call it a defect, but let's call it an aspect.
An aspect of their
Yeah.
personality.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you knew you had that?
I didn't, that I thought I was funny, you mean?
You knew you were funny. Because you're not just that you thought you
Well,
were funny.
I thought everyone was funny.
As a little kid.
When you're 8, everyone is funny.
No, but not everybody is funny. You know what I mean? You can think back to like the kids that are not funny.
Yeah, there were some, but there were a lot of funny kids.
Yes, that's true. Kids are funny.
Right? And then something, it's like between 13 and 15
Yes.
is when it gets slips away, because the pressure
Yeah.
of, oh, I've got to be a person now.
Yeah. And you're embarrassed maybe.
Yeah. Well, you
Girls can be.
yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Be
Yes.
embarrassed by that
By
part
being
of
funny.
well, being too big or something.
Right.
Too much personality.
Did your friends think you were funny?
Yeah.
Do they still think you're funny?
They do.
So you're the funny one.
I'm the funny one.
That's great.
But Barbara's pretty funny. You
Yes,
know my
Barbara
sister.
is funny,
She's
yeah.
funny, but
Right.
I do like to make people laugh. I mean, what does it feel like to you to make people laugh?
It's the best thing in the world. It's a couple of seconds of weightlessness, where everything in your mind, everything you think about and worry about and work on your whole life is just gone for a second. And it lasts. You know, you feel, if you have like a big laugh,
Yes.
it lasts. For the rest of the day you go, that was so funny.
And it's
You know.
fun to see it in kids. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I have a child who, we actually think is going to be the next Amy Schumer.
Oh, wow.
She's very wild and hilarious and will do anything for a laugh. And when she gets an authentic one, to see that glimmer in their eye, to see the glimmer.
Wow.
You know what I mean? There is something to it.
Yeah. The trick is to not lose it.
Yeah.
Don't dismiss it. I think people think, well, what use is this?
Yeah, I wonder, in a world that feels pretty dark, you know, I think we can all be like, gosh, what service are we unless we're doing more?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of used to be self-deprecating about my job sitting next to Hoda, but I realized that I'm making people feel good.
Yeah.
And that is of service in some way, in some small way.
It's not a small way. It's not a small way. It's a big way.
And do you feel that way too? Do you feel like, you know what, actually making people laugh is something that's super important?
It is, yeah. I don't think of it kind of socially. I think of it in the moment.
Yeah.
It's really important to me to get this laugh right now, because
Yeah.
I don't know. You become, you kind of become a machine in comedy. You're just like all day, every day. You're thinking about how do I get that joke to work.
Yeah.
And I have a friend who's always talks to me about this. He always says it is a bigger thing. You are providing a
Right.
relief. I always say this silly stuff we do, this, you know, it's meaningless. You know, he says, no, it's extremely meaningful. So it's a nice thought.
Mm-hmm. You get to sit with these hilarious people
Yes.
and laugh, which I think making people laugh feels great, but also there's nothing better than laughing. So let's talk Steve Martin.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, the car, you had some car issues.
We've had a lot of car issues over the history of doing the show. Yeah, because I love old cars.
Yes.
Especially interesting ones. And people think that they're maintaining them and they're not. And we go, is this a good car? And they go, oh yeah, I keep it perfect. And they don't.
So with Steve, what happened there? There was some sort of...
It broke down at some point. What was it? I believe it was
Yeah,
a
it broke
Fiat.
down on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Fiat.
I believe it was a Fiat 8V, if I recall, which was a really artistic car that I thought he would like because he's such an art guy.
Yes.
Oh, Jerry, I know you're trying to be funny. Whoa.
Now, what is she thinking, that lady? She's thinking, you know, I'm sure that's not Steve Martin and Jerry Seinfeld, but the resemblance is unbelievable.
And were y'all able to fix it? Or you need somebody else for that?
No, I remember we had to get in like a rent-a-car. Yeah.
You and Steve and
Yeah.
an old Buick.
Yeah.
And a Toyota Camry.
Yeah, in a Camry, which really makes you sad.
It wasn't exactly what you were hoping.
No.
Now, do you prepare? How do you prepare for these? Because it's
I
kind
don't.
of you don't prepare at all.
No. See, I'm more interested, that first question I ask you is, you've had 3 coffees today. I like the tiny little behaviors of human life.
Yes.
What was the first one? Is it a routine? How do you make it? You know, I'm interested in coffee. I'm interested in people's beds and their shoes and their combs, you know. I like the small things are the big things to me.
Which makes total sense, right? Do
Yeah.
do you make your bed?
No, I do not.
Does Jessica make your bed?
Yes, she does.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
Why?
Because I like Jessica. She gets things done.
Oh, she sure does.
Right?
Yeah.
But aren't you lucky you married somebody like that and had children with somebody that gets everything done?
Lucky is not the word. Saved is the word. I'm a rescue pet.
you don't prepare at all. You don't Google. Like, what if you don't know the person? You know everybody.
I Google. I read the first 3 sentences. I just want to know where they grew up. Are they married? They have kids.
Okay.
That's all. I don't need to know anything else about a person to have a
So
conversation.
Wikipedia is really your sort of.
Yeah. Yeah. The things I'm interested in are not, in the bio.
Which makes the show so good.
Oh, thanks.
And the coffee table book. Did you ever think you'd have a coffee table book?
No. I didn't.
Are you proud of it?
I didn't. Well, they don't give you a book unless the show works.
Yes.
So, yes, I am proud of it.
And the show worked, and people are asking, will there be more?
They are. I don't know. I actually just started thinking about it just recently, but I did a movie, and I'm kind of...
You did a movie?
I made a movie, yeah. During the virus, we wrote a movie, and then we made it, and now we're finishing it, and it's going to come out pretty soon.
Wow, what does that feel like?
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's something I never thought I would do. But because of the virus, I wasn't doing anything, and I had time to write it. Because otherwise, I can't stop doing stand-up. I can't stop.
It's too much fun.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like my life routine. I have to, it's so much fun.
So now the fact that there's going to be this film,
Yeah,
can you tell me anything about it?
sure.
Have you already talked about it and I just didn't do
No,
enough
I
research?
haven't.
What is it?
It takes place in 1964.
Wow.
So it's a period piece.
Yes.
Takes place in Battle Creek, Michigan, and it's about how they invented the Pop-Tart.
Wow. That's genius.
Yeah.
Do you like a Pop-Tart?
I love the Pop-Tart.
Which is your favorite flavor?
Brown sugar
Me
cinnamon.
too.
Of course.
Me too, but a lot of people like strawberry. With the Frosty?
That's them.
No, but brown sugar cinnamon.
See, that was probably the first. Is that the first thing you made when you were a kid that was hot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe an Eggo waffle, but hot,
Right, yeah.
that's the most luxurious thing. Like, because an Eggo waffle is just like toast, glorified toast.
Right. The
But a
Pop-Tart is
Pop-Tart-
complicated.
It has all that, sometimes some of them have
Yeah.
sprinkles.
Mm-hmm.
So is this a real story or you?
No.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't.
There are certain real elements in it.
Okay.
The truth of the story is Post and Kellogg's both had the idea at the same time.
Wow.
And then they competed to who could come out with it first.
Yes.
And then we just completely made
Came
up
up.
this totally insane comedy. It's like 15 stand-up comics are in this.
Are you starring in it?
Mhm,
Wow.
mhm. And I directed it.
That is incredible.
I know, it's really exciting.
Most people just learned how to like bake bread during the pandemic, and you
Yeah.
wrote and directed and are gonna star
Yeah,
in a film.
yeah,
Can we get coffee and talk about it when it comes out?
sure.
And maybe bring Jessica. But I do want to ask you, your wife posted something
Right.
on Instagram.
Right.
I follow her.
Right.
I adore her. I thought
Thank you.
it was a simple way to say something that needs to be said.
In October, Jerry's wife of 23 years, Jessica, posted on Instagram in support of the Jewish faith after a string of highly publicized anti-Semitic events. The post read, "I support my Jewish friends and the Jewish people." And the caption read, "If you don't know what to say, you can just say this in your feed."
When we look at the rise of anti-Semitism
Mm-hmm,
in this country and really around the world, what do you think of it?
She found a simple, and I thought, non-aggressive
Yeah.
way to say something that, as we said, unfortunately needs to be said, but does need to be said. And I thought that was very special and fantastic thing she did. Hard to do.
It is hard
right?
to do. Well,
Most
simplicity.
things in that venue, it's going to trigger someone. It's going to inflame. We're so quick to inflame, right? Both sides of any debate.
Yes.
Women, gender, everything.
Yeah.
Right. This is the culture we live in. Flash paper.
Yeah.
Instant, violent verbiage.
Yes.
Right.
And she found a way to sort of quiet it.
Right.
And hopefully also raise awareness.
Yeah. That was a great thing.
Okay, I want to go over a list of some of these comedians that were on.
Okay.
And just if you have something to say,
Okay.
say it. Eddie Murphy. I feel like Eddie Murphy was was maybe the best episode there ever was.
That was probably next to the Obama one, which was unique for those circumstances, obvious. But reconnecting with Eddie, who he and I started together the same month, the same club together. And then, of course, he quickly went one way, and then I went another way. And then years, after all those years, to get back together was so thrilling. And he was so, again, I talk about this thing, you know,
Yes.
and there it is, and he still got it, you know, and he's still talking about it. And he talks about in the show being on Long Island and going to these clubs with these guys in a car. And then after the club, you go to a place like this.
Oh my gosh.
This is the life. This is the life. Hanging out with the company. You do the show, you do great, you do horrible, but you wind up here.
Having coffee and a pastrami sandwich.
Yes, and writing jokes on napkins and making fun of each other, you know.
Do you have napkins where you have jokes? I mean, do you remember you yourself doing that, coming to a
No,
place?
I got a notebook.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
said,
you had a
I need
notebook.
a notebook for this
Work.
profession.
I need a notebook for this type of work.
Yeah.
But you probably have, I'm sure you have written a joke or two down on a napkin.
Yes, I have.
To be reunited with him must have been very cool.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
And you could feel that.
Oh, that's great.
You could.
So, you've seen a few of these.
Yes, I've seen a few of yours.
Oh, that's nice.
People love the show.
Wow.
Did you not know that?
For most of the time I was doing it, I didn't think it was working.
You didn't think it while you were doing it?
Yeah. But I loved it, and I wanted to make it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make this.
Well,
I wanted to show people this side of comedy life, because people just got so interested in comedy
Yes.
the past 20
Yes.
years, you know?
Yes.
So that's why I did it.
I think also it's like, and why people are asking now is that kind of connection, you know, that kind of being with somebody funny and making each other laugh, that kind of conversation, especially since y'all were together in this small area, like was something we missed during the pandemic, you know?
Well, you tell me, don't you feel, I mean, you do more interviews than anyone. This kind of thing is different, right?
Yes. Because because just like you said, there is no preparation.
Right.
You're just sitting down for a wonderful conversation over
Right,
coffee.
right.
But also, I think with the goal of laughing and having others laugh too.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lightness to that, right?
Very much so. And I'm not really much of a podcast person because I like edited content.
Yeah.
I love that I could take 3 hours and give you a great 12.
Yes. Yes.
Because that's what comedy is.
Yes.
When you go see a comedian, he's basically going, I have lots of crazy thoughts. Some of them are funny, and I've cut it down to just that.
Yes.
That's what you're seeing.
Because when you work on a show, you write something. How long does it take, like, to get down to what you're actually going to perform?
Well, I don't know because I do it all the time.
Yeah.
But everything is trimmed down to the an essential aspect of comedy is it has to be trimmed down to the absolute minimum. It's like a poem.
Yes.
It has to be like a
And
poem.
good books, really good books are
Yeah.
edited well. I mean, that's
Mhm.
the most important part of it,
Yes.
of all of it.
Yeah, but books are long.
I love books.
That's nice.
You don't?
I do. I love books, but I don't read a lot.
I'm trying to think if I have anything good
If
for
I
you.
could get rid of the phone,
Yeah,
I
put the
think
phone
I-
away.
I
Put the
might
phone away.
read.
What are you doing on your phone?
nothing good.
Scrolling?
Well, how else do you get to the next thing? But we have to scroll.
But what are you looking at articles? Or are you looking at social media? What are you doing? Are you
I
on
look
Instagram?
At cars. I look on Instagram, and I love YouTube.
No, you don't.
I love YouTube.
What do you like on YouTube? Cat videos?
Here's what I found the greatest video on YouTube
What is it?
yesterday. I have spent years on YouTube, countless hours, and yesterday I found a video that changed my life so powerfully. A guy made a video about You know how when you turn on your windshield wipers, sometimes they go.
Yes.
He made a video about how to fix that.
How do you fix
And you
it?
don't need new wipers.
How do you?
And you don't need a new wiper arm. It's an adjustment with 2 wrenches, and he shows
Would you ever do that?
Oh, I can't wait to do it.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah. So that's what I love.
You love it.
Because I hate when wipers do that. I hate that sound.
I know what you mean.
And somebody solved it, and they made a video and showed everyone
How
to.
did you come to that YouTube
I
video?
don't know. They
Targeted you.
Yeah.
You were.
I like the
YouTube-
algorithm. I don't watch anything unless the algorithm suggests it.
Well, you do, and they just targeted you with the
Yeah.
perfect video, which is the windshield wipers.
Windshield wiper adjustment.
So you like that kind of like how to fix it. You're not into.
No, I'm into surfing,
Oh, surfing.
baseball, cars, dogs. I like cute dog videos.
Yeah, who doesn't?
You know.
You should follow Round Boys on Instagram. It's really good. It's just round animals. Your wife would love it. Just all about the roundness of animals.
Right. I love things like I love unboxing videos.
Unboxing videos.
Here's what it is. I really think obsession is a nice way to go through life.
Yeah.
Being obsessive.
Yes.
As long as you don't go completely crazy.
Yes.
Obsessing, I've obsessed on everything, about everything my entire life.
Well, that's true. That's why you're famous, right? Because the show is like
It's all-
obsessing over the little nuance
Exactly.
of life.
Right.
Yes.
So that's entertainment to me.
Yeah. Well, it's entertainment to us too.
Yeah.
Turns out. Turns out it's entertainment to all of us as well.
Yeah, but we all live these lives of micro-obsession,
Yes.
right? Not microaggression, micro-obsession.
Okay, I'm learned so much.
And those things, I think, are, if you miss out on the fun of that,
Yes.
I just think it's fun. It's a fun, I like to find entertainment in life.
Yes.
I don't want to just drag myself through this. I want to enjoy it.
Yes. No, it's so true. If you can't find the fun and the nuance and the tediousness of life, then you're not living.
What was the point of
Yeah,
all of that?
it's true.
Right?
It's true.
Find the fun in it. And I personally believe the fun is in the ordinary.
Sure
Not in the special.
Mhm.
The ordinary.
I
Really,
love
right?
this so much.
I know, me too.
I could sit here forever.
Me too.
Cheers.
Well, cheers.
But can we do it when your movie comes out?
Yes. Isn't it better?
It's, well, the Pop-Tarts, I can't wait.
Dwyane Wade, D-Wade, Flash. Winner of 3 championships, member of 13 All-Star teams, selected as one of the NBA's greatest 75 players ever. Now, the 41-year-old is a member of the Hall of Fame. I mean, let's just start at where we are now, because as we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Just one more time. Can you say that again?
As we sit here, Dwyane Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
When you got the call, what'd you think?
It became real
Yeah.
when I got the call, you know, and all the memories come back, like everything that you've been through. The moments you wanted to quit, you know, your family, you know, the greatest players that, you know, your favorite players that you've watched have these careers that walked into the Hall of Fame. Everything rushed back. But ultimately, I was just like, Are y'all sure y'all got the right number?
Oh, stop.
Y'all
You
sure?
knew you would be first ballot.
I mean, you know, I thought I put a career together that will put me in a place where I could be first ballot, but it's still different when you get that call. It doesn't matter. For me, you know, I'm still that kid from Chicago, Illinois, from the inner city.
Wade's drive shaped in part by his early years on the south side of Chicago. He played at Marquette before being drafted by the Miami Heat in 2003. Now, he's a member of a new class, alongside NBA players Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, and Paul Gasol. It's an honor to obviously go into the Hall of Fame, but to go in with Dirk, to go in with Paul Gasol. I mean, the class that you're going in with.
Incredible, bro.
That's some serious company.
Yeah.
Have you stepped back and thought about that part of the story?
Yeah, because it just makes sense. You know, when I first started playing the game of basketball, I remember I came home one day, I had a big game. I had like 20, 25 for me at that time, and my dad was not impressed. And then I came home another time and I had like 10 points, I had like 10 rebounds, I had like 9 steals, 7 blocks. Like I had a full stat sheet, right?
Yeah.
And my dad was impressed. And he was like, this is how you play the game. It's not about your individual stats. It's about what you're doing to impact the game and what you're doing for your team. This is a team sport. And I never forgot that. And so to be able to go through my career and everything I did, the sacrifices I made was for the team. It was always bigger than me. And now I'm a part of this team. This is one of the greatest Hall of Fame classes ever. And what a way to end my career, to be a part of one of the greatest teams ever to go into the Hall of Fame.
Speaking of teams, you played on some legendary ones. You know, 3 championships, but with different squads. Is there a team looking back that you would put up against any other team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, 2012 Miami Heat championship team. We're some bad boys. And the reason we were because we felt that loss in 2011. We got that humble pie in our face, and that next year, just our mentality, our focus, our team unity, was what you need to be in a sense like a dynasty. That's how dynasties have to feel, and they do it year after year. And so, but 2012 with that dude number 6 on that wing, and that dude number 3 on that wing, and that dude number 1, and so forth and so on. He's some bad boys.
That was a hell of a squad. You've also played with some of the greats. Not to get you in any trouble. Favorite teammate?
Udonis Haslem.
Really?
Hands down.
Hands down?
Yeah.
Why?
We learned everything together. From, when I came in my first year as a 5th pick, and, he came in as someone who I watched make the team, And for 15 years, all the success, all the culture, all the things we talk about in Miami, we held that up. And we was a part of, of building a lot of that together. I do not have the success I've had today without Udonis Haslem. And, I've had a lot of great teammates along the way, but no one protected me like you did. You couldn't mess with me. Could nobody mess with me, and no one understood me and read me and knew how to approach me and deal with me like you did, man. And so, I'm a firm believer, yes, I'm here. And yes, my name will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I'm not here by myself. And we all going in the Hall of Fame together. So, UD.
Are there moments from your career that stand out to you? Like you play them back in your mind?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, the Chicago Bulls, the game winner, right? Jumped on the table. This is my house. That one plays over and over. The game winner in the Garden, my second year, plays over and over. Hitting the game winner, if you ain't ever hit a game winner in the Garden before, to silence the Garden is one of the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard in my life. The dunk on Virgil.
Oh, yes.
The dunk on Perkins.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Were you at all surprised when a few days ago, Pat Riley said, D. Wade is the greatest player in the history of the Miami Heat? And there have been some other great players who played for the Heat.
Yeah, a lot.
Were you surprised when you heard that?
Absolutely not. I am.
Man, you own it.
Yeah, I own it. I work for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I put 15 years of blood, sweat, and all the tears and everything into it. It's a lot of great players that's come through Miami. It will be a lot of great players. And one day it would be someone else that would challenge it and they would say they're the greatest. But not today. Today is me.
Wade retired from the game in 2019. Since then, he's focused on charity work and various business ventures. couple years ago, you became part of an ownership group, part owner of Utah Jazz now.
Yes, sir.
How is that, being a part owner of a team, how has that changed your perspective?
It's changed my perspective a lot because it's a lot that you don't know. You know it from a player's perspective and a player's side. Getting a chance to get on the other side, you get to know the business, how the business actually works. And so now I'm getting a chance to be exposed to the business of the game that has done everything for me, but it's so much I don't know about it still. And so I'm able to get this knowledge, and I'm able to take this knowledge elsewhere and pass it down, and become a better businessman and become just better in everything I do by making sure that I understand a holistic approach of the game of basketball and not just master one side. I want to master it all.
There's not a lot of folks that look like us that are part of ownership groups of major sports teams.
Yeah.
How do you change that?
By being a part of ownership group. Obviously I'm not the majority owner, right? And so, we got to continue to, I think it's building a community together. We always talked about this. We don't do enough together. Our community is not built enough to where we have enough money to be the majority owner of, teams that are selling for $4 to $6 billion.
Right.
And so we got to continue to build our wealth and our economy, right? Before we can, be majority. But right now, I take minority because I'm able to get in there. I'm able to learn.
Wade says he's also learning a lot from his children. He shares a blended family with his wife. Actress Gabrielle Union. Wade's daughter Zaya came out as transgender in 2020. Since then, Wade and Union have been vocal advocates for LGBTQ plus rights. How important is it for that to be a part of your legacy?
I didn't set out for it to be. It's important for me to support my family. It's important for me to support my daughter. And in the middle of doing that, I've become an ally to a community that I didn't know a lot about, that I've had to get educated, about. And it's been amazing for our family to go down the journey together, to get educated together. So this is not something that I thought I would, be an advocate for or an ally for. But it's something I'm so thankful. Like I said to my daughter all the time, I'm so thankful that I'm your father. I've learned so much about love. I've learned so much, just by sitting on my daughter's bed and talking to her for 3 hours, here and there. She educates me. And, my wife and I, we do the work. We show up. I go sit in classrooms, with kids that's a part of the queer community. And to hear them speak, they know themselves more than us adults. At 41, I'm still trying to find myself. They know themselves way more than us. And it's incredible to hear. And so, man, I'm super thankful for the exposure that I've had. I mean, it's all because of my daughter.
Entire family is here for the induction. Mom's here, Gabrielle, everybody's here.
Yeah.
When you look out and you see them tomorrow, when you give the speech, what are you going to be thinking about?
Just the impact that they all have had on me. You know what I mean? They've all have done something to help me get on that stage. And, I'm so thankful for my village. I say I've been gifted with a lot of gifts, But the one gift that I got is I've had good people put around me. And it's not everybody can't say that. I have people who have wanted the best for me, even when I couldn't see it. And so, man, I'm so thankful for my village, because you know how it goes in this world, Craig. The higher you go up, the fall is down there waiting on you. And my village they got pillows, they got blankets, they got sleep number beds, they got everything waiting on me to fall to catch me. And I need that, And also too, they tell me the real, they tell me how it is. And so I wouldn't be here without my village.
Any regrets looking back on the career at all?
You always gonna have something you want to get back.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm happy with my career. How can I not be?
You're going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I don't got no regrets of my career. Yeah, do I want moments back? Yeah, I want moments back. We all do, but I have no regrets. I feel that with the tools that I had from a standpoint as a young man being thrust into this world, I felt I did the best I could. With everything where I come from, and then this world was totally different. I think I did the best I could with trying to be a community leader, trying to be the best father I can be, trying to be the best man I can be. But on the court, I gave everything that I had to the game. I mean, I gave my knees to the game. I have nothing left in these things. And so I gave everything. I gave my heart every night. So I have no regrets, man.
What do you want people to take away from the Dwyane Wade story so far?
Man, I don't know, man. I think, I want people to see me as real. I'm a real individual who deal with real life situations in front of the world, and not perfect. Not perfect at all. Please don't look at me as perfect. But look at me as real. Look at me as a real human being that are dealing with real human experiences. And hopefully someone can grab some inspiration and some aspiration from the things that I've done. Just like I did from MJ, just like I did from AI, just like I did from Magic, just like we have from Barack, right? Like these people who do things that are unconventional. We grab inspiration from them. So I want people to grab inspiration from unconventional Dwyane Wade.
What do you want them to say about the way you played the game?
That I gave my all to it. And at the end of the day, my all landed me 13 All-Stars, 3 championships, top 75, Hall of Fame, and so forth and so on. You can't take it from me. I did it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There are 3 of the world's most famous brothers, the Jonas Brothers. Kevin, Joe, Nick. The Jonas Brothers have grown up before our eyes.
Welcome to the Jonas family household. This is our life.
Their chart-topping hits are a soundtrack for a generation. This week, they hit the bright lights of Broadway. The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
5-night residency.
5
Broadway.
nights. Yes.
Each night highlighting a different album, including the newest. What can fans expect?
Fans can expect us forgetting lyrics. and helping us.
No. To be clear, Joe for getting lyrics.
You want to bet on that, Kev? You want to bet on that?
I've done my. I went to rehearsal last week. I never did Broadway, so this is my debut. This is
Your Broadway debut.
yeah. These guys. Yeah.
Broadway vets.
Yeah, exactly. So
show you the ropes, Kev.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. They're walking me around backstage, but the fact that my kids are able to come to a show like this week and experience this,
Yeah.
It's a whole other reason to do this every day.
Looks like this is going to be one hell of a show.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
It might break up before the shows are over.
Yeah, exactly.
The fans can expect albums from our past starting in 2007. Tonight, night one, we're playing a self-titled album, Jonas Brothers, and this is something we thought about, honestly, maybe a month and a half ago. We were thinking how fun it would be to put a show together for fans leading up to our new album. And we've never played a record before releasing it, so this will be the first to play it in its entirety. Yeah. And this theater, it means a lot to us. Nick, when he was, and I'm probably stealing some of your questions, but Nick, when he was it 7, 8 years old?
8.
Well, he was
22 years ago.
He was on that stage performing with Reba McEntire for Annie Get Your Gun. So it's like full circle.
Wow.
I'm back.
It's been a wild ride for the three New Jersey brothers who thrilled fans in 2019 when they famously reunited after a 6-year split. Their new album, called The Album, drops in May. Had the Jonas Brothers not broken up, we wouldn't have this album.
Definitely not.
You might have the Broadway show, but without any new music.
Yeah.
It's all the old music.
All the old.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this new album.
Yeah.
The Album.
The album.
Get the title. What's the story there? How did that come about?
The story is that we kind of sat down and thought of a bunch of different names. And then we thought about the intention of it all. And if we set out to just say, if you're going to listen to any one of our albums, we think this is the album you should listen to. This is the one that is the most quintessential Jonas Brothers, where we are now. And it just felt like the right title.
The album, this morning I'm listening to it, I mean, it does have this sort of retro 70s feel to it. Was that the intention?
We definitely pulled from a lot of inspiration. Working with John Bellion, our producer, and writer on this project, it was unbelievable. We knew that that's where we wanted to, pull a lot of the inspiration from, but being able to really trust him with this process and help us bring that sound forward and be competitive now in 2023 versus, not just a tribute album to the 70s. This is who we are, and from things like Jefferson Starship, the Eagles, bands we grew up listening to.
The Bee Gees?
The Bee Gees, with our father. Like, we are a band of brothers that sing together in harmony and other things, but also still a band. So what you see on stage in a live format, we really wanted to be able to bring out in the music when you're listening to it as you're driving down the road in your car.
And you guys all live in different cities now, New Jersey and Miami and LA. What was it like physically just being back in the studio together again as brothers?
Well, we had been playing some shows in Vegas and other places, and we, I think, started to feel that chemistry that only really happens when you're together and playing shows. COVID was tough for everybody, but for our sort of creative journey and chemistry, it was challenging. So getting back on stage, being in front of our fans was the first step. And then I think once we got in the studio, started working with John, we all felt like it was just clicking and all, firing on all cylinders. And the themes too, we spent a lot of time talking about where we were as people first and what we wanted to say. I think one of the things that I love about being in this band with my brothers is that we really get to use our music as a way to express ourselves, and it's really authentic to us. And that shows, from every album we put out and whatever chapter of our journey we were on. But I think this one does a good job of embodying kind of where we are as fathers, where we are as husbands and just brothers, family.
I enjoyed the video for Wings. The music video for Wings off the new album features White Lotus star Haley Lou Richardson, who happens to be a super fan.
She's been a longtime fan and said some really nice things about the band and what it means to her to be a fan now in her adult years as opposed to being a fan when she was a kid. And so when we were thinking of the concept for the video, we all were like, what if we gave her control and let her kind of take the lead here and just do whatever she wanted? She absolutely nailed it. Turns out she has a a dancing background, which none of us do, and she's phenomenal. And, you know, every interview and thing she said about that experience afterwards has meant the world to us. But it's truly like including a real lifelong fan in our video. So hopefully the fans enjoyed that perspective as well, and it's one of my favorites we've done.
You've got tracks on the album called Vacation Eyes, Little Bird, my personal favorite, being from the South, Waffle House. Favorite songs from this new album? Well, and we'll start with you, Kev.
I think Vacation Eyes. You know, it's a song, it's about finding that love that you find on vacation. You know, those moments you find that are supposed to only be there on vacation, but you take it home with you and you want to live that moment for the rest of your life. And
Which you did, didn't you?
That's exactly what happened to me. That's where I met my wife. We met in the Bahamas. And,
Oh, wow.
on the family vacations. We were young, but it worked out, man.
And he like stalked her afterwards.
I did, it was fine.
It worked out.
Hey,
Worked
you know
out.
what? Sometimes, no, that's, yeah. It worked.
We'll leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, leave it there.
How about you, Nick?
I've got a couple favorites, but I think Little Bird is probably one of my favorites. Maybe the favorite. As a new father, you know, really meaningful to me. And I think for our fans too, they're at the same kind of places in their lives as we are. You know, and a lot of them having children or have children. And so I think it's really an anthem about what it is to be a parent and that feeling of wanting to protect, you know, your little one. And you know, Kevin has Little Birds tattooed on him, which was kind of the, I guess, the catalyst of the song coming and speaking to John about it. So again, all these really personal themes, and this one just hits home for me.
Joe?
My favorite song on the album changes constantly. I think today it would be Walls. It's our closing song for the album, and we got to share a snippet of it. I actually played the whole song via record player in our Vegas shows. And the song just gets you hyped. And John Bellion is featured on that track. It's the only song we have a feature on. And that one, it's hard to really describe what it's like, but it is epic, and it gets you going.
The Jonas Brothers now gearing up for a new era and taking nothing for granted.
We've already had success and failed, and we've seen what it feels like to fail. And I think now we're just having fun in this chapter where we're getting to do new and exciting things that we dream up and put together in you know, a couple weeks. And we have fans that are so supportive of us, and we feel like it's like weirdly bigger now because we're just having fun as opposed to when we were really stressed about it all working out. And you know, it's a lot more fun.
I think a lot of people would hear you say that you failed and they would disagree with that.
They haven't watched a few of my personal performances then. Certainly had a few therapy sessions that I could include them on, but we can leave that out.
Learning curves.
Learning curves,
I mean,
better way to put it.
We all learn from our mistakes.
Totally. Sure.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think the band kind of going off doing our own things and breaking up was really the failure I'm talking about. It's like, it was a win for us as family and important at that time, but what came out of it is that I think we're all able to look at this and say, what's gonna make us happy?
And their families expanded along the way. Kevin, Nick, and Joe, all now dads themselves. Let's talk about the other things that have changed since you guys burst onto the scene. Social media. There was no Instagram, no Facebook, certainly no TikTok back when you guys
we had to keep up these days.
broke through.
I feel like I ran through the ceiling.
It's really changed dramatically the way that you interact with your fans.
Definitely.
How so? How so, Joe?
I think it's fantastic because you're able to connect with fans on a millisecond basis, where when we were starting, MySpace was just beginning. We got 100 followers on MySpace and we were ready to retire. We're like, we did it, guys. We made it. Let's go. I think we even celebrated that night. And now it's so interesting. I mean, for the music industry, it's fascinating and inspiring because people are discovering music way faster and way quicker. Artists that have completely retired or started new careers are having number ones. I find it so wonderful for music in general, and then film and TV. It's really fascinating, and we're just trying to keep up. You know, I think it goes back to what Nick was saying. We just have to have fun in that aspect.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a way for you to really connect with fans and a humanizing level of being like, this is my life. This is what I'm up to. This is what I'm drinking today. Whatever it may be, it's like that easy, simple connection.
What are you drinking today?
I have fluids, waters, tea.
I'm glad you're hydrating.
Yeah.
Glad
Two
you're
coffees.
2 coffees. Don't do a third.
Take a guess. How many?
2 drinks.
No,
Okay, no.
that's not the guess. How many millions or billions of views? Hashtag Jonas Brothers on TikTok, would you guess?
Literally.
8 billion.
Wow.
8 billion.
billion.
Where's the
with a
A-cam?
B.
Do they give you a plaque for that?
$8 billion. Yes.
Does that surprise you at all?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something that we go and say, well, how many billions do we have today? But it's inspiring. That's exciting. We're so honored, and I think it's a great way for people to be discovering our new music.
I'm loving the evolution of the Jonas Brothers.
Thank you.
It still seems like it's not lost on you guys how remarkably special this journey's been for you. Like, you still seem like you're in the moment.
I do think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves when we were younger to get it all right. You know, I think now we just kind of do what we need to do to have fun and continue making music that we love. And I think that's why it's working.